Chapter 1954. 1954 Chaos in 1954. Huh. Who is it? Who is so arrogant to want to take over this divine tomb? In front of the divine tomb of the divine mountain in the North Pole, everyone frowned slightly when they heard this voice. They looked around in astonishment. Wang Xian, Ao He, and the rest were standing beside the entrance. His entire body was enveloped by green energy. He had revealed himself in the South Pole. In the North Pole, he naturally had to conceal himself a little. The current Wang Xian could not guarantee that the Dragon Palace was absolutely invincible. This was especially so after the birth of the tomb of the Eternal Lord. Ao Crab had the appearance of a middle-aged brawny man. He had ignited 5 wisps of divine fire. When he transformed into his human form, he could completely eliminate the 8 arms. He looked no different from a human. Wang Xian also swept his gaze across the surroundings. When he saw the 8 people flying over, he narrowed his eyes slightly. 8 fiery red figures. Their bodies contained a terrifying power of fire. They were like an enormous volcano. When the 8 flew over, everyone felt a wave of heat coming toward them. The throne of the Fire God Palace is the gods of the Fire God Palace. The gods rushed to the South Pole as soon as the tomb appeared. I didn't expect that the throne of the Fire God Palace didn't go to the South Pole. The hundreds of thousands of people around were shocked and looked at the gods flying toward the Fire God Palace. All of you, stand down. 8 figures were floating in the sky. They looked at the tomb of the Eternal God Lord in front of them, and their eyes were burning with fervor. Standing in the center, Flintstone swept his gaze over the hundreds of thousands of people below him. His terrifying aura trembled, and a fire palace appeared behind him. Walala! Figures stepped out of the Divine Kingdom Palace. They held fire weapons in their hands, and their bodies were exuding violent power. Very quickly, tens of thousands of Fire God Palace's disciples floated in the sky. What? What are they doing? Are they clearing the area? Not good. The Fire God Palace's throne wants to completely occupy this place and not allow anyone else to enter. When everyone saw the Fire God Palace's throne move, their expressions instantly turned ugly. They looked at it in horror. Courting death. A god from the Fire God Palace saw that everyone below was unmoved. He waved his arm. Boom. A terrifying flame directly covered the area below. No, no, run, run. When everyone saw that the gods from the Fire God Palace were truly attacking, their faces filled with shock. They hurriedly fled into the distance. However, it was impossible for them to dodge the attack of a god with their strength. Everyone who was in front of the god's tomb was instantly covered in flames. Oh! Screams of pain rang out instantly. Tens of thousands of people were buried in the sea of flames. Those who were far away saw this scene and fled into the distance in fear. Wang Xian and the rest stood at the bottom. Their bodies were shrouded in light, and the flames that landed on them automatically disappeared. He looked at everyone in the throne room of the God of Fire with a cold look in his eyes. Hee, the people in the throne room of the God of Fire are really overbearing. At this moment, a cold voice came from the left. Huh. The 8 gods in the throne room of the God of Fire raised their eyebrows slightly and looked over. 3 figures in dragon robes, flew over. Their faces were filled with indifference as they stared at the people in the Fire God Palace. True dragon gathering. The 8 gods in the Fire God Palace immediately frowned when they saw the 3 of them. Suixinhua stared at the 3 of them with some seriousness. The Eternal God Lord's divine tomb. The 3 youths dressed in dragon robes turned their heads and ignored the people in the Fire God Palace. With their abilities, they were not afraid of the throne of the God of Fire. Suddenly, when the young man saw the sea of fire below, he was slightly surprised to see Wang Xian and the rest standing there. There are people there. The 8 gods in the throne of the God of Fire also noticed Wang Xian and the rest in the sea of fire and frowned again. People from the throne of the God of Fire, you better get out of here. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 8 gods in the throne of the God of Fire and said faintly, Let us get out. The 8 gods in the throne of the god of fire narrowed their eyes slightly and sized up Wang Xian and the rest. If you don't get out, you'll die. He looked at them with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He waved his arm, and an incomparably huge earth mountain instantly appeared in the sky. The earth mountain covered an area of 50 kilometers and was 5 to 6 kilometers tall. The incomparably huge earth mountain directly pressed down on everyone in the fire god palace. What? At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the fire god palace changed dramatically. The pupils of the 8 gods contracted slightly as they felt the terrifying pressure coming from the earth mountain. Their expressions changed drastically. The fire god palace has met an expert. Who are they? Why are they so terrifying? The expressions of the 3 youths from the sacred true dragon gathering also changed. Even when they were facing the 8 gods from the fire god palace, they didn't change like this. Hiss! There's a mysterious expert in front of the god tomb. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy the heavens and earth. How terrifying! Everyone in the distance saw this sudden scene, and their faces were filled with fear. The sudden arrival of the fire god palace's throne and its overbearing attack wanted to occupy this place. However, the 3 true dragon emperor of the sacred true dragon gathering had arrived, and a terrifying mysterious force had appeared. Someone has entered the divine tomb. Someone has entered. Just as the terrifying earth mountain was heading towards everyone in the fire god palace, a shocked voice rang out all of a sudden. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the divine tomb. Wang Xian and the rest also looked over. They saw that at the entrance of the divine mountain, the mountain gate that was originally formed from 2 gigantic divine peaks was slowly revealing a crack. The 2 figures ran as fast as they could. Oh, it's so easy to enter the divine tomb here? A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Boom! Oh no, escape! However, at this very moment, a godly state expert from the palace of the god of fire raised his arm to defend against the earth mountain. His arm was instantly shattered. He shouted with a face full of horror. Quick, take out the fire god mountain. Sui Xinhua shouted at an old man as he sensed the earth mountain coming from above. Roar! Roar! The old man roared, and a godly weapon that was emitting flames flew toward the earth mountain to block it. The gods of the fire god palace hurriedly fled into the distance. At this moment, they didn't care about the godly tomb. What a powerful divine artifact. However, do you think you can escape with just your strength? He looked at them and prepared to give chase. Wait, the mountain gate of the divine tomb is closing. Let's go in first. As for them, we can kill them at any time. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the mountain gate of the divine tomb and said to he immediately, Yes, you bunch of ants. If I meet you again, I will definitely kill you all. Crab swept his eyes over the people in the palace of the fire god, roared in disdain, and flew into the divine tomb. Chapter 1955 1955, you guys go and scout the way. Otherwise, you will die. Let's go in. In the tomb of the gods in the North Pole, Wang Xian and the rest flew straight in. Hiss! In the surrounding area, everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. That mysterious middle-aged man was able to make the 8 gods in the palace of the god of fire fight back with their full strength with one move. Furthermore, one of the gods was severely injured. This shocked everyone. How could there be such a terrifying existence on Earth? This was the fire god palace, and there were 8 gods. What powerful strength! The 3 true dragon sons of heaven from the sacred true dragon gathering also had solemn expressions on their faces. They looked at each other, filled with shock. Enter. One of the youths looked at the mountain gate of the god tomb and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Let's go. The other 2 hesitated for a second and flew over quickly. Let's go in too. Let's go in too. Quick, quick. The entrance of the divine tomb is about to close. If we can obtain an opportunity, we can also become gods. When they saw Wang Xian and the true dragon union entering, everyone around them rushed in frantically. The desire to become gods was enough to make them throw away their lives. In an instant, tens of thousands of people in the surroundings rushed in. Only a few people who had just arrived looked at their surroundings in astonishment. They looked at the gods and powerhouses in the palace of the god of fire in the sky. They were puzzled. How could it be? With such terrifying strength, he has ignited at least 5 wisps of divine fire. How could there be such a powerful existence on earth? In the sky, the god whose arms had been instantly shattered slowly recovered. His face was filled with terror as he roared in a low voice. The expressions of the surrounding 7 gods of the sacred flame changed drastically. They were incomparably embarrassed. "Let's go to the South Pole," the old man in the middle said with a gloomy face. The other gods nodded in embarrassment. They had originally thought that they could occupy the North Pole divine tomb, but they had never expected such a terrifying existence to suddenly appear. After hearing the other party's warning, how would they dare to enter? If they were to be met by that group of people again, they didn't dare to guarantee that the other party would completely annihilate them. They didn't dare to take such a risk. The group of gods immediately flew towards the South Pole with an unpleasant expression. Their hearts were filled with anger. Oh, the North Pole divine tomb has already entered. Wang Xian, who was at the South Pole, had a clear understanding of what had happened at the North Pole divine tomb. When he learned that they had entered, Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. As long as they entered the divine tomb, Ao Xie and the rest should be able to obtain some decent rewards with their abilities. What's the matter? Hasn't anyone tried entering yet? At this moment, a voice sounded from the front. Wang Xian swept his gaze over, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A true dragon son of heaven looked around and spoke to all the gods faintly. This was because the South Pole's divine tomb was the first to be born. The number of gods who came here was far more than the North Pole's divine tomb. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered around and were looking at the divine tomb in front of them. This true dragon son of heaven, you can go and try. A god from the sacred hall looked at him and said with a smile, "Hee, there's a light attributed godlord inside. You should be the first to enter." The true dragon son of heaven looked at the gods from the sacred hall and said indifferently, "Boom." Just as he finished speaking, he waved his arm and a huge dragon claw grabbed towards the people behind him. Not good. Oh no, what is the son of heaven doing? The expressions of those below the divine realm changed drastically when they saw this. Especially those hundreds of people who were covered by the dragon claw. They ran away in shock. However, with their strength, how could they avoid the son of heaven's dragon claw? "Let me go, let me go. Woo-woo. Lord son of heaven, let me go." The hundreds of people who were caught were filled with despair as they cried out for help. "Hee, go scout the way." The son of heaven smiled faintly as he threw them up the stairs. "Go in. Whoever dares to retreat will die." A cold voice sounded from the son of heaven's mouth and entered everyone's ears. Pung pung pung. Hundreds of people fell at the entrance, and when they heard his words, their faces were filled with fear. No, I'm not going in. I'm not going in." A youth shouted out in fear. Pung. However, just as he finished speaking, his body exploded. TSK, since you want to obtain an opportunity, you have to be prepared to die. What? You want us to scout for you ants? The true dragon son of heaven coldly said. His ruthless voice caused the expressions of the hundreds of thousands of people behind him to change. However, when the surrounding gods saw this scene, their expressions didn't change at all. Instead, they quietly watched. Just as the true dragon son of heaven had said, if one wanted to obtain an opportunity, one had to pay a price, even the price of their lives. As for letting them scout, how was that possible? The other few hundred people saw the youth whose body had exploded, and despair appeared on their faces. Their bodies trembled violently as they walked forward. Pung pung pung. Just as they stepped onto the first step, a ray of light flashed, and their bodies instantly disappeared. They had been completely purified. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Even the god's eyes shone with a strange light. This is a complete suicide mission. The gods won't let us continue to explore, right? The hundreds of thousands of people behind were panicking as they spoke in fear. Wang Xian and the rest frowned slightly. This divine tomb in front of them was much more dangerous than the one in the North Pole. I can't see any clues at all. Perhaps only the gods will be able to discover some clues when they go over. The true dragon son of heaven frowned slightly and looked around. There were more than 30 gods in the area. There were 10 in the Lingxiao treasured palace, about 10 in the sacred hall, 2 in the true dragon son of heaven, 5 in the dragon king's faction, and some other gods. Hearing the words of the true dragon son of heaven, the eyes of the gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall flickered and looked at each other. They slowly scanned their surroundings. Some of the gods who were alone saw this scene and knew that it wasn't good. Their faces were filled with wariness. Boom! At this moment, a ring of fire appeared in the sky. The 8 gods and tens of thousands of subordinates of the fire god palace slowly appeared. Swixinhuo, Suiyin, didn't you go to the North Pole's divine tomb? Why are you here? An elder from the Holy Church asked them plainly. Let's take a look over here. When Swixinhuo, Suiyin, and the other gods in the throne of the god of fire heard the elder's words, their expressions turned sour. It's that scoundrel, sister. It's that scoundrel. When the gods in the throne of the god of fire appeared, Huar and Kair saw Swixinhuo in the middle. Their expressions changed slightly as they spoke angrily. What's wrong, girl? Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he looked at the 2 girls. Daddy, it's that scoundrel. When we lit the divine fire, they wanted to recruit us. My sister and I didn't agree. In the end, they wanted to snatch our divine kingdom and even wanted to kill us. Huar said angrily. Is that so? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the group of people in the palace of the god of fire in the sky. In the sky, as a god, he could sense the gazes of everyone around him. When Swixinhuo sensed Huar's gaze, he immediately turned his head to look. When he saw Huar and Kair's faces, he was slightly stunned. A terrifying murderous intent shot out from his eyes instantly. Just now, you seem to be saying that you want the godly state experts to scout ahead? Suixinhuo's eyes were filled with awe. His gaze swept across the surrounding gods before finally locking onto Huar and Kair. When everyone heard his words, they were slightly stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Supreme Dragon Cultivation Method. Chapter 1956. 1956, go and scout the way, or you will die. In front of the main tomb of the South Pole god, everyone looked at the group of people in the Fire God Palace in surprise. He wanted a godly state expert to scout the way in front. What did he mean by that? Seeing the murderous look in Swixinhuo's eyes, everyone looked at the place he was looking at. When they realized that it was the direction of the Dragon King and the rest, everyone was stunned again. When Wang Xian saw Suixinhuo looking over, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the experts from the palace of the god of fire had injured his 2 little girls. If he knew, he would have left them here when they were at the North Pole just now. Perhaps only the gods can probe them. When the Son of Heaven of the true dragon saw Suixinhuo's gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said directly, Suixinhuo, what's going on? Suiyin and the others looked at Suixinhuo, who was filled with killing intent, and asked with furrowed brows. Senior martial brother, Huaji and Lu Yin were killed by those 2 girls. Suixinhuo said to the experts of the Fire God Palace with a gloomy expression. Last time, 2 of his best subordinates were killed by a sneak attack and didn't even have the chance to revive, causing him to burn with anger. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to keep those 2 girls last time. He hadn't expected to meet them here today. It's them? The other gods in the Fire God Palace instantly revealed cold expressions. They all stared at Kair. A killing intent gathered on their bodies. Just now, at the North Pole, they had almost been killed by that expert. Their hearts were already burning with anger, and they felt incomparably sullen. Now that they had met the two people who had killed the god of Fire Palace, they naturally found a place to vent their anger. HMPH, it's you who are courting death. Do you want to recruit us? You even want to steal our things. You bunch of scoundrels deserve to die. Huar heard their words and similarly shouted at them with an icy expression. You two little girls who are courting death, I want to see where you want to run to now. Sui Xinhua's body shook, and flames instantly rose. In the sky above him, a cloud of fire condensed. His gaze was fixed on Huar Kaier, and it was filled with a sinister expression. Boom, boom, boom. In the surroundings, the gods of the Fire God Palace immediately flew around and surrounded Huar Kaier and the others. I'll give you a chance to live. Step on the stairs to the entrance. Otherwise, you will die. Sui Yin looked at the entrance of the divine tomb and growled in a low voice filled with killing intent. The throne room of the god of fire. I think all of you are courting death. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all of them. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke with a solemn face. This? Everyone around was astonished when they saw this scene. Even the gods were stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Haha, are we courting death? If you dare to kill the god of the Fire God Palace, you will have to pay a heavy price. If these two little girls don't step onto the stairs today, I will let them enjoy the pain of being burned by flames. What? You, a mere dragon king, want to make an enemy out of the Fire God Palace? Don't think that just because your dragon king has some strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of the throne of the Fire God Palace. Don't provoke us. Sui Xinhua stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, So what if we provoke them? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled, and he looked slightly embarrassed. Beside him, the members of the Dragon Palace had murderous intent in their eyes. They were ready to fight at any time. Father, we are not their match. Kaier frowned when she saw this scene. She pulled his arm and said to Wang Xian worriedly, Father, those two girls are the daughters of the Dragon King. Hiss, this, the throne of the Fire God Palace is not going to fight with the Dragon King, right? It seems that when the Dragon King killed the Yamen god, it was because of his daughters. I didn't expect that his two daughters had ignited the divine fire. They shouldn't be his biological daughters. Those two girls are obviously gods who have been resurrected. However, the Dragon King and the others have the strength of 5 gods. If they fight, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace will pay attention to them. The Dragon King's strength is not bad, but he might be weaker than the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, the Sacred Hall, the Throne Room of the Fire God Palace, the True Dragon Association, and the Son of Heaven of the Devil Dragon. Everyone looked shocked when they saw the conflict between the throne of the Fire God Palace and the Dragon King, as well as some grudges. Ever since the Dragon King displayed his terrifying strength last time, it instantly shook the entire earth. Soon after, the Sacred True Dragon Association was established, and the demonic Dragon Son of Heaven destroyed the pyramid forces. As a result, the forces of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, the Sacred Hall, the Throne of the Fire God Palace, the Sacred True Dragon Association, the demonic Dragon Son of Heaven, and the Dragon King became the most powerful existences on Earth. Some people rank these forces, and the weakest force was probably the Dragon King's force. The 5 gods on the Dragon King's side were still a bit inferior to the Fire God Palace's Luan. However, they shouldn't be able to fight. After all, the 5 gods on the Dragon King's side, even if the Fire God Palace's Luan can destroy them, there's still a chance that some of the gods on his side will perish together. Seeing the conflict between the Dragon King and the throne of the Fire God Palace, some people were slightly worried for the Dragon King and the rest as they spoke in a low voice. Some people nodded in agreement. After all, the divine tomb was right in front of them. Weakening the strength of the throne of the Fire God Palace would not be beneficial to it. TSK, I've always heard that the Dragon King is extremely arrogant. If that's the case, do you really think that 5 gods are enough to fight against the throne of the Fire God Palace? Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Sui Xin, Huahua, and Sui Yin narrowed their eyes slightly. There was a hint of madness in their eyes. HMPH, if you really want to fight, it won't do you any good either. Hua Er swept her gaze across the 8 godly state experts. She frowned and snorted coldly at them. Ha ha, the throne of the Fire God Palace has descended from a distant star field. Why would we be afraid of you? The majesty of the throne of the Fire God Palace is not something a puny dragon king can provoke. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. You 2 little girls go and scout the way. Otherwise, you will die. If you Dragon King dare to stop us, then we will die together. Sui Xinhua roared with a furious face. Not long ago, the throne of the Fire God Palace was almost destroyed by that mysterious person, which made them come here in a sorry state. How could they, who were already filled with anger, fear a Dragon King? The might of the throne of the Fire God Palace could not be violated. Haha, good. Everyone who supports the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Haha, sometimes our major forces should show their proper dignity and let some ants know the consequences of provoking us. As soon as Sui Xinhuo finished speaking, several gods beside him and the gods of the Sacred Hall said with smiles on their faces. They were happy to see this scene. They were happy to see the gods step up the stairs to test the waters. Hiss! The gods of the Fire God Palace are so powerful. Now the Dragon King and the others are in trouble. Judging from the attitude of the Fire God Palace, if the Dragon King were to protect the 2 girls, he would probably be attacked by the 8 gods of the Fire God Palace. Chapter 1957 1957, on the dusk of the Fire God Palace. Behind them, hundreds of thousands of people looked at the powerful gods of the Fire God Palace and were amazed. This was the power of the Fire God Palace and the majesty of the Fire God Palace. They looked at the Dragon King and the others sympathetically. The Dragon King was already very powerful to be able to reach this stage, but there was still a slight gap between him and the top forces that had descended. After all, the Dragon King's faction is still a little weak. Although there are 5 gods, their overall strength is a little weaker than the true dragon gathering. Everyone thought to themselves as they looked at the Dragon King with flickering eyes. They were waiting for the Dragon King's decision. The atmosphere instantly became solemn. Hee, looks like that Xiao Ran's master is going to be unlucky today. At the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, Jin Feng's face was full of smiles as he watched this scene. The middle-aged god beside him also smiled faintly. Dad, we are preparing to escape. Huar and Kaier revealed a hint of anxiety on their faces as they transmitted their voices to Wang Xian. I should have killed you guys just now. But it's not too late now. Wang Xian stroked the heads of the 2 girls and uttered a sentence that made everyone around him feel baffled. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Kill? As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a piercing sound came from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the sound of an arrow attack instantly resonated in front of the tomb of the gods. What? The sudden explosion shocked everyone. Roar. You want to kill our little princess? Why don't you see if we agree to it? Hee, we just arrived here, and now we can have a big fight. It's so cool. Ao Xingmu, lock them up. Leave no one alive. Just as everyone was in a daze, wild and untamed voices suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly shocked and looked at the people beside the Dragon King in shock. Even the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall were shocked. Bang! In the sky, the corpse of a god of Fire Palace fell to the ground. Everyone saw a flash of light, followed by the death of a god with 2 wisps of divine fire. This, roar, roar, roar. With a series of violent roars, Ao Qitian stared at the 2 top-tier experts of the Fire God Palace in the middle of the sky. A blood-red airwave rushed toward them. A 1,000-meter-long ocean-pacifying divine needle smashed toward them. It was extremely violent. The terrifying arrow slashed through the air and attacked the surrounding gods. Crackle, clang. The violent thunder and lightning suddenly resounded in the sky. Countless thunderbolts began to cover the entire sky. A cold sword light pierced into everyone's ears. A golden radiance flashed and attacked a god of the fire god palace. Roar! Roar! Flames lit up the sky, and another beast roar was heard. Ao Fenghuang transformed into a 1,000-meter large body. He spread his wings and emitted a terrifying pressure. The eight-limbed devil Sha let out a strange cry. His body was shrouded in darkness. A deathly stillness came from their bodies and locked onto the two gods in a teasing manner. At this moment, other than Ao Tuxing, who was standing beside Wang Xian, the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace had all moved. There were a total of 9 godly state experts. All of them had ignited a wisp of divine fire. Among them, Ao Qitian and Ao Xingmu, who were the strongest, had the ability to fight 3 levels above them. Ao Yao also had the ability to easily assassinate 3 wisps of divine fire gods. As for the other members of the Dragon Palace, they were all able to fight 1 level above them. When Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, and the other 9 attacked, all the gods in the Fire God Palace in the sky were completely stunned, especially the 2 of them, Sui Xin, Flame, and Sui Yan. When they saw a god being assassinated in an instant and Ao Qitian and Ao Xingmu attacking with terrifying auras, their faces were filled with shock. How was this possible? Didn't the Dragon King's forces only have 5 gods? Was the strongest only comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire? Now, that berserk devil monkey and Trent-like creature were emitting auras that even they were extremely afraid of. There was also that incomparably terrifying creature hiding in the void. Just what kind of existence had they provoked? At this moment, a miserable cry sounded. The god of divine fire in the Fire God Palace was looking at his body with fear. In front of them, Bachi was standing in front of him with a ghastly and terrifying face. He looked at the god who was gradually turning into blood and let out a loud cry. No, no, no. The god of divine fire cried out with fear on his face. He could only watch as his body was rapidly melting. At this moment, he was incomparably terrified. Just what kind of existence had they provoked? Once he was completely turned into blood, he wouldn't even have the possibility of being revived. Kiki, die, die. The 8-headed god cried out strangely as he looked at the god with a ghastly gaze. Not good, senior brother. Save us. At this moment, a terrified cry for help sounded from beside him. Everyone looked over at the same time. Another god with a wisp of divine fire was on the verge of death. In front of him was Imo Sha, who was at the same level as Old Yabi. The 8 points in Imo Sha's poison were extremely terrifying. Even the other members of the Dragon Palace who were at the same level were extremely fearful. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. Even the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace's sacred hall narrowed their eyes slightly. All of his strength is comparable to lighting 2 wisps of divine fire. Some of them are even more terrifying. Hiss, 9 experts with at least 2 wisps of divine fire. And this is the Dragon King, his 2 daughters, and the one holding a shield beside him. There are still 4 god-level experts who haven't made a move. Oh my god. Gulp, what kind of existence is the Dragon King? He actually has 10 god-level subordinates, and all of them are so terrifying. Is his strength comparable to the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall? Even the Sacred True Dragon Union will have to kneel before this power. A series of shocking voices sounded. In the sky in front of the majestic divine tomb, the 9 subordinates of the Dragon King completely suppressed the Fire God Palace's throne. In less than a minute, 2 Fire God Palace's throne gods were killed, and a few of them were on the verge of death. The battle only broke out in a split second. Damn it, how could this be? Both Sui Xinhuo and Sui Yin were filled with fear. They glanced around with gloomy faces. Roar, those who offend our Dragon Palace will die. Ao Qitian roared and threw the ocean-pacifying needle at Sui Yin. Don't even think about saving them. Just watch them die one by one. In the end, it will be your turn. Ao Xingmu waved the branches under him. Each branch was like a divine tree, filled with barbs. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1958. 1958. In the evening of 1958, in the Fire God Palace. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle broke out in the sky above the South Pole. Ao Chiqian and Ao Xingmu had completely locked onto the flame and the flame. As the most powerful dragon species in the Dragon Palace, the two of them had the ability to fight 3 levels above them. With their strength, they could easily deal with the two of them. As for the gods of the Fire God Palace, they weren't so lucky. Of the remaining 6 Fire God Palace gods, 2 had lit 2 wisps of divine fire, and the other 4 were all gods with 1 wisp of divine fire. There was a huge gap between the other 7 members of the Dragon Palace. Run, run, run. The fight lasted less than a minute, and the gods of the Fire God Palace turned around and fled in fear. The gap between them was simply too big. They were simply not a match for them. If you want to escape, can you? Mao Zedong held a longbow in his hand, and 10 arrows were drawn on it. Roar! Each arrow transformed into a terrifying wind dragon and chased after the gods who wanted to escape. All of them are gods with strength above 2 wisps of divine fire. How are we supposed to fight them? The gods of the Fire God Palace were filled with terror. With their strength, they had instantly killed 2 of them. Facing 7 powerful gods, they were simply courting death. Die! A god with 2 wisps of divine fire couldn't help but let out a low roar of terror. Kiki, how are we supposed to fight them? I don't know how to fight them. They are still as arrogant as before. Die! Bachi waved his arm, and drops of black poisonous snake-like energy shot forward. At least 100 million black poisonous snakes covered an area of more than 100 kilometers in the sky. Crackle, crackle. Thunder Dragon Lock Domain. Aochi stood in the distance and waved the thunder hammer in his hand with a calm expression. Countless bolts of lightning sealed the surroundings and watched this scene indifferently. Pooh! Ah! In the sky, one of the 4 sealed gods suddenly let out a miserable cry. Beside him, a streak of light flickered, followed by another 2 wisps of divine fire that descended. A bunch of trash. Quickly finished them off. Ao Yao's voice rang out in the void. Die! Ao Jin wielded his metal sword and swung it forward. Lightning, arrows, sword rays, and black poisonous snakes. Terrifying attacks came one after another as the 3 gods of the Fire God Palace attacked. Each attack covered an area of 50 to 60 kilometers. Such terrifying attacks could wipe out an entire city in an instant. Senior brother, save us, save us. The 3 gods' desperate voices rang out. No, Dragon King. I want you all to die. When Sui Yin heard the screams of the fallen, his eyes turned blood red. With a move of his arm, the divine mountain of fire stream appeared in his hand. The entire divine mountain was the size of a palm, and there were streams of terrifying lava flowing on it. With a wave of his arm, the entire divine mountain of fire stream instantly became bigger. The divine mountain turned into a terrifying mountain that was 100,000 meters tall. Lava flowed on top of it, and the temperature inside reached at least a few thousand degrees Celsius. What kind of concept was this? It was close to the temperature of the sun. Crash. In an instant, the temperature around the South Pole reached over 100 degrees. The surrounding ice and frost melted rapidly and turned into seawater. Be careful. Xingmu, catch. Wang Xian looked at the divine flaming mountain and reminded Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, and the rest. Not long ago, Sui Yin had used this divine weapon to block Ao Crab's attack. One had to know that Ao Crab's combat strength was comparable to a god with 6 wisps of divine fire. One could imagine how powerful this divine weapon was. He waved his arm and threw the god striking branch to Ao Xingmu. The god striking branch, in Ao Xingmu's hands, could erupt with even more powerful attacks. Endless wood, god striking branch, bind. Ao Xingmu took the god striking branch, looked at the incomparably terrifying divine weapon, and waved his arm. Boom! A divine kingdom appeared behind him. It looked like a dragon's den, with sparks of fire and thorns falling from it. Countless flaming thorns flew towards the divine fire mountain. A shocking scene appeared in the sky. Countless thorns fell from the sky and flew towards the 100,000-meter-tall mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The god-beating branches landed on the divine weapon and turned slightly red. Fire streamed divine mountain. Explode. When Sui Yin saw that Ao Xingmu was actually twining around the entire divine weapon, his expression changed slightly as he shouted loudly. Rumble. Following that, the entire divine mountain seemed to explode. Waves of sharp flaming rocks shot towards the countless thorns. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, half of the thorns were broken, causing Ao Xingmu's expression to change slightly. Kill this guy first, then help Ao Xingmu. Ba Qi stared at Suixinhuo and roared. Kill. In an instant, the other leaders of the Dragon Palace assisted Ao Qitian in attacking Suixinhuo. Ao Yaoyao's figure was hidden in the surroundings, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Get lost. Seeing that only the two of them were left in the Fire God Palace, Suixinhuo's heart pounded violently. With a wave of his arm, a divine kingdom of the Fire Palace appeared in the sky and smashed toward the eight-headed Ao Jian and the others. Roar, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Ao Qitian's body trembled when he saw Suixinhuo release his divine kingdom. Behind him, a dragon cave of the divine kingdom also appeared. Inside his divine kingdom, there were blood-red chains. Apart from the violent aura, there was also brutality. The blood-red chains formed an armor, looking extremely powerful. Blood chain armor, Mad Dragon Throne. Ao Qitian roared, and the chains in the divine kingdom instantly wrapped around his body. Crack, crack, crack. Ao Qitian's body grew rapidly, reaching a size of 3,000 meters. The blood-red chains wrapped around his body, leaving only 3 terrifying pupils with Goyu. Behind him, the dragon cave of the divine kingdom turned into a blood-red throne. In an instant, the energy in Ao Qitian's body became even more violent. The sea-pacifying needle was covered by the blood-red chains. He raised the needle and smashed it heavily towards Suixinhuo's divine kingdom. Boom! A tremendous force landed on the divine kingdom, causing the entire divine kingdom to fly into the sky. Pooh! Suixinhuo's expression instantly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill! At this moment, numerous powerful attacks from the leader of the Dragon Palace attacked him. The entire world was covered in all sorts of energy. The difference is too great. The entire Fire God Palace's 6 gods died in an instant. These are gods. How can the Dragon King have such powerful subordinates? The Fire God Palace is in danger this time. 6 gods died in less than a minute, and there are only 2 gods left in the Fire God Palace. Is this the true strength of the Dragon King? Every time the Dragon King erupts with an extremely terrifying power, he becomes stronger and stronger. The Fire God Palace didn't expect that they would kick an iron plate this time. A series of shocking voices sounded from below. Chapter 1959. 1959 and 1959. Under the dusk of the Fire God Palace. How is this possible? How can the Dragon King have such powerful subordinates? The demon monkey and the plant-type creature both have at least 2 attributes. It was not only the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people behind him who were shocked. At the position closest to the divine tomb, the eyes of the gods were also filled with shock. Jin Feng looked up at the horrifying battle in the sky with a shocked face. All the subordinates of the Dragon King were not weaker than him. What kind of concept was this? Besides the top-level combat strength, their Lingxiao treasured palace was not as strong as the subordinates of the Dragon King. They were the gods who had descended, and they were the Lingxiao treasured palace. Phew, this Dragon King really exceeded our expectations. What kind of opportunity did he get? Ji Lingfei's senior brother took a deep breath and looked in front of him with surprise, his eyes shining. The other immortals and gods of the Lingxiao Palace were also shocked. The divine weapon of the Fire God Palace is almost as powerful as the 4 wisps of divine fire. This is the biggest trump card of the Fire God Palace, but it's still being held back. That plant-type creature is almost as powerful as the 4 wisps of divine fire. In the sacred hall, an old man with white hair watched the battle in the sky with a heavy expression. At this moment, the Dragon King's strength was enough to make even the sacred hall's heart palpitate. The two forces were so shocked, not to mention the surrounding immortals and gods. Even the sons of heaven of the true dragons had solemn expressions on their faces. The current force of the Dragon King could easily kill the sons of heaven of the true dragons. Roar, roar, prison lock mad dragon, kill. Suddenly, violent sounds came from the sky. Aochitian was covered by the chain armor, and countless blood-red chains came out from the throne behind him, completely surrounding him and Swixinhuo. A radius of dozens of kilometers was covered by the chains. The Goyu in Aochitian's 3 eyes was spinning rapidly. He held the ocean-pacifying divine needle and threw it directly at Swixinhuo. The leaders of the Dragon Palace were watching from the back. They knew that Swixinhuo would definitely die under this attack. A god with 3 wisps of divine fire was much weaker than Aochitian, even if he had a powerful divine kingdom. No. Swixinhuo looked at Aochitian, who was ferocious and brutal, and felt the power on his body. His face was full of fear. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red chains wrapped around the ocean-pacifying divine needle and landed on the divine kingdom in front of him. The powerful fire palace collapsed instantly, and the last attack landed on his body. Our fire god palace will not let you go. Just you wait, just you wait. With blood-red eyes, Swixinhuo roared at Aochitian and the others, and the life force on his body slowly dissipated. Walala! Aochitian waved his arm, and countless blood-red chains returned to the throne beside him. Fire stream divine mountain, mountain rain, explode. At this moment, a furious voice sounded in the sky beside him. In the sky above the divine tomb, Suiyin felt the disappearance of Suiyin's life force, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. The entire 100,000-meter tall divine mountain, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, directly erupted with flaming mountains. Thousands of flaming mountains smashed toward Aoshingmu, destroying the world. The terrifying flames covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were filled with shock. If this had happened on Earth in the past, it would have caused the entire Earth to tremble. Roar! 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 You are the only god left in the Fire God Palace. Prepare to die. Aochitian looked in Aoshingmu's direction and roared. He held the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand and smashed it towards the flaming mountains. Bang! 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 The rods smashed into the flaming mountains one after another, sending them flying to the side. Aoshingmu swung countless dark red thorns and lashed them towards the flaming mountains. Whoosh! 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 Crackle! Crackle! Clang! Clang! Roar! Roar! The other 7 leaders of the Dragon Palace immediately attacked the flaming mountains one by one. The flaming mountains landed in the sky above the divine tombs and were directly defeated by the divine light-winged tiger. At a height of more than 100,000 meters, when Suiyin saw this scene, his face was extremely ugly. His body was trembling, and his face was twisted. They would never have thought that this would be the situation when they wanted to use the Dragon King to show the majesty of the Fire God Palace and avenge the 2 gods in the Fire God Palace. He was the only one left alive in the entire Fire God Palace. Next, he would have to face the siege of the Dragon King's subordinates. Not good. Just as he was floating in the sky above the fire stream divine mountain and his mind was running wild, he felt a sense of danger. This shocked him as he thought of the black and white terrifying figure. Divine Mountain, protect me! He quickly shouted as his body drilled into the divine weapon. However, at this moment, he felt a chill on his lower body as a destructive energy melted his lower body. Ah, die, Sacred Mountain's core! Suiyin roared as an extremely powerful energy erupted from the Sacred Mountain. Nothingness. Aoyao sensed the fire energy that could kill him. With a low roar, the sacred mountain's core penetrated his body and quickly fled into the distance. What? Seeing Ao Yao dodge the attack that could severely injure the 4 wisps of divine fire, Sui Yin was horrified. Kill? Kill him, Kiki. At this moment, cold voices caused Sui Yin's expression to change drastically. He looked at his lower body, which had completely disappeared. His expression was incomparably malevolent, and traces of despair surged into his heart. The strongest divine artifact they had brought this time was actually restrained. Of the dozen or so gods that had descended, 3 had fallen midway, and 2 had been killed by the Dragon King's 2 daughters. Now, he was the only one left who had been killed by the Dragon King's subordinates. He knew that he was absolutely not a match for the Dragon King's subordinates. The only thing that awaited him was death. Dragon King, just you wait. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. If I can live, I'll be your nightmare in the future. Sui Yin shouted shrilly as his body moved. What happened next shocked everyone. He merged his entire body into the divine weapon. The entire divine fire mountain shrank to 10 meters in size as he crashed into the divine tomb below. This, the strongest person in the divine fire palace, has been forced to this extent? This is a narrow escape. He actually wants to barge into the divine tomb. When everyone saw Sui Yin's desperate actions, they were all shocked. When the gods saw Sui Yin colliding into the divine tomb like a meteor, their hearts trembled. The forces of the gods that had once suppressed Earth were about to come to an end. Today was truly the dusk of the Fire God Palace. Chapter 1960. 1960 ignited the divine fire. Boom! In the sky above God Lord Guangyi's tomb, a 10-meter large, concentrated sun-like force crashed into the divine tomb. The enormous sound caused the entire divine tomb to tremble slightly. Roar, roar, roar. A divine tiger condensed from the light attribute attacked the divine flaming mountain. At least dozens of divine tigers with the strength of the divine realm pounced on the divine fire mountain. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the divine fire mountain collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 wisps of divine weapons let out a final sorrowful cry. Boom! An extremely powerful flame rose in the sky above the divine tomb. Dozens of divine tigers disappeared under this terrifying flame. A powerful divine weapon was completely destroyed. At the sight of this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. At this point, the power of the Fire God Palace would no longer exist. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and couldn't help but take a deep breath. They slowly looked at the Dragon King's subordinates. The tyrannical demon monkey, the sacred and powerful plant-type creature, the berserk thunder-type creature with a spear in one hand and lightning in the other, the ice-cold swordsman, the powerful archer, and the eerie and terrifying 2 middle-aged men. Each of them was exuding a terrifying aura. Too strong. A god who had lit the divine fire couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, too strong. The Dragon King's force is probably no weaker than the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall, right? Maybe not stronger than the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall, but definitely stronger than all the other forces. I wonder where the Dragon King has so many terrifying subordinates. It's simply too shocking. The Dragon King didn't make a move in this battle at all. His 2 daughters didn't make a move either. Even so, they still completely crushed the Fire God Palace's throne. Shocked voices came from behind. They looked at the Dragon King and his subordinates with reverence. This time, the Fire God Palace's Luan perfectly demonstrated what it meant to court death. At first, he had arrogantly asked the Dragon King's daughter to scout ahead of the divine tomb, but now it had become like this. It was really ironic. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to junior sister. In the middle of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, the middle-aged god was slightly shocked as he watched this scene. When he had heard his junior sister say that she had joined forces with the Dragon King, he had scoffed. However, the strength that the Dragon King had displayed now even made them fear him. That's right, fear. The current Dragon King had the same level of strength as their Ling Xiao treasured palace. The Dragon King must not know about that, Xiao Ran. The middle-aged man immediately transmitted his voice to Jin Feng. I know. Jin Feng also nodded with a solemn expression. From the Dragon King's killing of Yamen God to the Dragon King's killing of the two gods of Huangshan, and then to the Dragon King's killing of the throne of the Fire God Palace. The Dragon King's strength was enough to shock Jin Feng. Not far away, the eyes of the gods of the Sacred Hall were shining. It seems that the alliance with the Ling Xiao treasured palace must be carried out as soon as possible. The old man in the middle of the holy church muttered as he looked in the direction of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. When the middle-aged man saw the old man's gaze, he nodded his head slowly. What a pity. Moreover, they are both fire-attributed divine kingdoms. Wang Xian shook his head slightly regretfully when he saw Sui Yin crashing into the divine tomb with the divine weapon. The corpse of a god with 3 wisps of divine fire could at least give birth to 2 gods in the Dragon Palace. However, this harvest is not bad. Wang Xian smiled. 7 gods could at least add another 5 to 6 godly state members to the Dragon Palace, in addition to the resources in their divine kingdom. I wonder if all the resources in the throne room of the Fire God Palace are enough to ignite the divine fire by myself. Wang Xian thought to himself. Dragon King. At this moment, the group of leaders of the Dragon Palace returned to his back. They put away the divine kingdom and the corpse of the god of the throne room of the god of fire and shouted respectfully. Let's go to the throne room of the god of fire. Wang Xian glanced at them in satisfaction and looked at Hua Er. Brother Daddy is mighty. Hua Er's small face was filled with excitement as she held onto Wang Xian's arm and shouted loudly. Kaier, who was at the side, held onto her other arm and was also filled with happiness. They thought that Wang Xian was no match for them. However, they didn't expect that the members of the Dragon Palace who were following them were actually so powerful. Each and every one of them possessed strength that was even stronger than them. The faction that bullied them was killed immediately. Hee, let's go. Wang Xian smiled at them and teleported in the direction of the throne room of the Fire God Palace. The members of the Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Phew! Seeing the Dragon King and the rest leaving, everyone had a look of awe on their faces. This throne room of the Fire God Palace should belong to a powerful divine kingdom. Soon, Wang Xian and the rest arrived in the sky above the throne room of the Fire God Palace. Wang Xian's body shook, and the Dragon Shadow Divine Kingdom appeared behind him. Buzz. The powerful palace that had descended to Earth more than 10 years ago had completely disappeared from Earth. There are really a lot of treasures in there. Sensing the spiritual herbs and other items in the palace, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. As the gods that had descended to Earth after the Earth's metamorphosis, the Fire God Palace was much stronger than the Pyramid and the Divine Sea Palace. They had obtained many treasures in the ancient lands. Ao Yao, go and check on the situation at the South Pole tomb. Inform anyone who finds a way to enter immediately. It's the Dragon King. Wang Xian instructed Ao Yao. The South Pole tomb was different from the North Pole tomb. Based on the current situation, it would be difficult to enter the South Pole tomb. In fact, without absolute strength, one might not even be able to enter a tomb. There was no need for Wang Xian to wait there. Since he had already entered the tomb at the North Pole, he would be satisfied as long as he could obtain some treasures. Let's go back. There's no need to join in the fun. Wang Xian said to the 2 girls as he teleported to the villa in Jiang City. You 2 girls can play by the side. I'll see if I can ignite the divine fire. As Wang Xian spoke to the 2 girls, he went straight to the top of the villa. The resources obtained from destroying the imperial throne of the god of fire was enough to increase his strength. As expected, he could ignite the divine fire today. If I can ignite the divine fire and lift up the divine kingdom, I will have the strength to kill 5 wisps of the divine fire god. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he took out various resources and placed them into his mouth. They were quickly converted into divine crystals. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, Wang Xian felt his body tremble and transformed into the body of the divine dragon. The 5,000-meter-long body of the divine dragon was coiled above the villa. The seven-colored divine light emitted an extremely powerful dragon's might. Chapter 1961. 1961 Invitation to the Soaring Heavens Palace. The gigantic body of the dragon was emitting a seven-colored divine glow. Its 5,000-meter-long body was slowly growing. In the villa, Hua Erkire felt the pressure coming from above. She flew to the sky with a shocked expression. When they saw the majestic and sacred seven-colored divine dragon, their small faces revealed a shocked expression. Buzz. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, a wisp of divine fire slowly condensed. The divine fire was a seven-colored expression that emitted a divine glow. The divine glow slowly enveloped Wang Xian's entire body. However, at this moment, a hint of doubt flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. The system notification to level up did not ring out. There's still one more step to lift the divine kingdom. Wang Xian muttered in his heart as his eyes sparkled. In order to become a god, one had to take 2 steps to ignite the divine fire and lift the kingdom of God. Only by doing these 2 steps could one condense the divine spark and become a true god. Even if one ignited the divine fire, one could not be called a true god without the kingdom of God. This was because 90% of the power of a god came from the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God was equivalent to a huge energy station. Without an energy station, a true god would not be able to release powerful energy. It seems like I need to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace before I can lift the kingdom of God. Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked at the 2 shocked girls and smiled. His body moved and returned to his human form. Daddy, was that your true dragon body? The 2 girls flew over in shock and sized up Wang Xian from head to toe. How about it? Do you want one? Wang Xian said to the 2 girls with a smile. Want one? Is it that easy to obtain the true dragon's body? Also, Daddy, your true dragon's body looks much more powerful than the other true dragon sons of heaven. It's simply too cool. Huar said with her mouth slightly agape. Dad, your divine fire has already been lit. Why didn't you lift up the divine kingdom? Where's the divine kingdom? Kyer asked doubtfully from the side. I still need to wait for some things before I can become a god. There's no rush. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Currently, he was still lacking 3 divine kingdoms, namely the wood attribute, the thunder attribute, and the light attribute. Once the Dragon Palace devoured these 3 divine kingdoms, he would be able to become a god immediately. However, he was not in a hurry. Currently, there were a group of members in the Dragon Palace. With Ao Crab around, there was no need for him to take care of things. In the next few days, Wang Xian stayed in the villa. However, in these few days, the entire world was in an uproar. Hundreds of millions of people had swarmed into the tomb of the eternal God in the North Pole and South Pole. Countless people were frenziedly trying to enter the tomb of the eternal God to look for their own opportunities. As for what happened on the first day, it also shocked the world. Many people didn't believe that the Dragon King and his men had destroyed the throne of the Fire God Palace at the beginning. But as the videos appeared on the internet, everyone was stunned. The power of the Dragon King completely exceeded the expectations of the whole world. The powerful subordinates of the Dragon King shocked everyone. The forces of the entire world underwent a huge change again. The rise of the Dragon King's forces also filled the natives on Earth with fighting spirit. The Dragon King could reach his current level? Why couldn't he? Why couldn't he become the chosen one? As long as he could obtain an opportunity in the tomb of the eternal God, he had a chance to become the main character of this world. This was the tomb of the eternal God, an existence that was even more powerful than the gods. If he could obtain the inheritance of the eternal God, everyone held a belief. Therefore, in a few short days, hundreds of millions of people poured into the North Pole of the South Pole. However, from the beginning to the end, not a single person was able to enter the tomb of the Southern Light-Wing God. On the contrary, it was the people in the North Pole who found the law of entry. A few days later, all the gods and forces poured into the Northern Light-Wing Godlord's divine tomb, and over 100 million people stepped into the Northern Light-Wing Godlord's divine tomb. Time slowly passed, and all kinds of news came from the Northern Light-Wing Godlord's divine tomb every day. Moreover, many people had obtained pills and weapons inside. In just half a month, at least a few thousand people had risen to the demigod realm because of the divine tomb. As time passed, more and more people obtained opportunities. After all, it was the tomb of a god lord, which was far higher than the god realm. Any spiritual herb in it was at least at the demigod level. Of course, many people had also been buried in the god tomb. In half a month, at least 1 million people had been buried in the god tomb. But this could not stop the crazy cultivators. Dragon King. Another month passed. The clone, Ao Crab, and the rest had returned from the tomb in the North Pole. If we can't enter those mountains, so be it. When we are strong enough, we can force our way in. Wang Xian looked at them and said faintly. The things that happened when the clone, Ao Crab, and the rest went into the tomb were exactly the same as what he experienced. Wang Xian was very clear about all the gains he obtained in the divine tomb. He obtained a total of more than 20 divine herbs, ranging from the lowest grade divine herbs to the divine herbs with 6 wisps of divine fire. He obtained a total of 3 divine artifacts, a sword, a saber, and an 8 divine fire pagoda. As for the rest of the divine herbs at the demigod level, there were more than 1,000 of them. A formation compass was a great harvest. However, they were not able to enter the main peaks of the divine tomb. Even the Ao Yao, who possessed the characteristic of no formation, was unable to enter the main peaks. He was almost severely injured. After searching for a month, Wang Xian asked them to return. If they continued searching, they might not be able to obtain much. Furthermore, if they wanted to enter the peaks, they might have to risk their lives. Wang Xian took the storage spiritual bag and the weapons one by one and sized them up. The metal attribute sword and the metal attribute saber could be devoured by the 5 elements. Dragon King, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace has sent an invitation. At this moment, Mo Qinglong walked over and said to Wang Xian, "Huh, an invitation from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace?" Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He took the invitation and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the words on it. An invitation could also be considered an invitation. A god from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace was engaged to a god from the Holy Church. The engagement would be held in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace 10 days later. At that time, the Dragon King would be invited to participate in the wedding banquet. Dragon King, as far as I know, the invitation from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace has invited quite a number of people. All the godly state experts and all the upper echelons of the forces have received the invitation. According to Old Devil's guess, this wedding banquet is more like the Lingxiao Treasured Palace announcing their alliance with the Holy Church. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making such a big fuss. Mo Qinglong said to Wang Xian from the side. They must be trying to establish their authority. Wang Xian looked at the invitation with his eyes gleaming. His gaze landed on the 2 names at the back of the invitation. Chapter 1962. 1962, Xiao Ran became a god in 1962. Consort Jiling, Wang Xian was naturally clear about this name, and Xiao Ran was even more clear about it. When Wang Xian first met her, he recognized her as a fallen god. However, Wang Xian did not interfere with the matters of Xiao Ran and the rest. In his opinion, this was merely a matter of love between men and women. That was until Xiao Ran was killed. Wang Xian didn't know if the Lingxiao Treasured Palace didn't think Xiao Ran was worthy of Jiling Fei or what was going on. However, this enmity had already been formed. At this time, the marriage alliance with the Holy Church was held in such a grand manner. Naturally, it was to establish prestige. Wang Xian knocked on the table indifferently. Ever since he came to Earth, with the passage of time, the prestige of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church was no longer as great as before. Especially after the establishment of the True Dragon Association and the destruction of the Pyramid Fire God Palace. And now, there was the tomb of the eternal God. Everyone understood that the gods who had descended back then were not invincible existences, and they would also fall. As long as there were enough opportunities, they would be able to sit on the same level as the gods. This undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to the prestige of the gods. Now that the Dragon King and the true Dragon Son of Heaven were both so powerful, what would happen in the future? Therefore, this invitation was obviously to announce to all the forces that the Lingxiao Treasured Palace was going to join forces with the Holy Church. With their strength, once they joined forces, they would indeed be almost invincible. As long as the other gods did not join forces, no one and no force would be a match for the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. I wonder if this marriage is a result of Ji Lingfei's own will or... Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. With a move of his body, he disappeared. Master! He hovered above Xiao Ran's villa. Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin immediately sensed his arrival and immediately shouted respectfully. Can you ignite the divine fire? Wang Xian landed on the top floor of the villa and sized up Xiao Ran. Currently, his strength had already reached the peak of the demigod level. However, reaching the peak of the demigod level did not mean that he could ignite the divine fire. Under Master's nurturing, I have already reached the peak of the demigod level. I feel like I can ignite the divine fire anytime. Master, I plan to go to the god's tomb in a few days to look for some materials to build my own divine kingdom. When the divine kingdom is built, I have the confidence to become a god. Xiao Ran looked at Wang Xian with a determined gaze. After Wang Xian revived Xiao Ran, he gave Xiao Ran a lot of resources. These resources were enough for him to ignite the divine fire. After consuming the eternal fire fetus and the ordinary fetus, his cultivation speed and comprehension ability were considered top-notch in the entire universe. Wang Xian was not too surprised that Xiao Ran was able to ignite the divine fire. It's too slow. I have a decent divine kingdom here. Fuse it and use it as your own divine kingdom. You can upgrade your divine kingdom in the future. Wang Xian shook his head at him. With a wave of his arm, a flaming divine kingdom with a circumference of 70 to 80 kilometers appeared in the sky. The majestic power of the flames made everyone in Jiang City look horrified. Is it the Dragon King? What happened? Everyone in Jiang City was slightly shocked and quickly looked toward the direction of the sea. However, other than being surprised, everyone in Jiang City was not too shocked. The current Dragon King was the king of Jiang City and the god of Jiang City. With the current power of the Dragon King, this flame palace that covered 70 to 80 kilometers in the sky was just a small scene. Master! Xiao Ran raised his head and looked at this incomparably vast divine kingdom. His eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude. Enter this ownerless divine kingdom and fuse it as soon as possible. Light the divine fire and lift up the divine kingdom. Wang Xian instructed Xiao Ran. Yes, master. Xiao Ran nodded respectfully. He could no longer repay his master's kindness with just a few words. Xiao Ran's figure moved and flew directly into the divine kingdom of flames. Lu Mingxin, who was below, was delighted when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that her brother would light up the divine fire and become a true god. Mingxin, have you guys been in contact with Ji Lingfei during this period of time? Wang Xian glanced at the sky and looked at Lu Mingxin as he asked faintly. Sister Lingfei? Lu Mingxin was slightly stunned when she heard his words. She frowned and shook her head. No. Ever since I heard from you that my brother's death was related to the Lingxiao Palace, I haven't contacted Sister Lingfei. Besides, I haven't told my brother about this matter either. She lowered her head slightly and said, Ask around. When Xiao Ran becomes a god, give this to him. Wang Xian handed the invitation card to Lu Mingxin and said faintly to her, Lu Mingxin took the invitation card and widened her eyes slowly. How is this possible? It's impossible. Sister Lingfei likes my brother so much. Furthermore, it was Sister Lingfei who wanted to be together with my brother back then. When Wang Xian heard what Ming Xian said, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He didn't know the specifics. Everything would be left to them to settle. Within 5 days, Xiao Ran should be able to ignite the divine fire and lift the kingdom of God. Wang Xian took a glance at the sky and returned to the villa. What's going on? Why? Why Sister Ling Fei? Lu Mingxin frowned as she muttered to herself when she saw Wang Xian leaving. She took out her phone and showed a hesitant expression. The invitation has been sent out. You should be prepared for the matter in 10 days. This marriage is related to the alliance between the two major forces. It's related to our future. We can't afford to make any mistakes. At this moment, in a courtyard of the Lingxiao Palace, a middle-aged man looked at Ji Lingfei, who was sitting under a tree, and said faintly, "I know." Ji Lingfei sat there and said expressionlessly and coldly, "Okay." The middle-aged man glanced at her, then moved and teleported to the Pantheon Hall of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. "Brother Yuan Kuei, is there any problem with Miss Ji Lingfei?" Seeing the middle-aged man arrive, all the gods in the Pantheon Hall looked at him, and a middle-aged man asked, "My master has already given the order, so there won't be any problems. This time, we must show the power of our Lingxiao Treasure Hall and intimidate the little ones." Yuan Kuei stood in the center and said coldly, "Now we have 4 more godly state experts. Apart from the Holy Church, the only one who can threaten us is the Dragon King." An old man said indifferently, "How should we deal with the Dragon King's strength?" "In my opinion, the Dragon King's power doesn't matter at all. If we join forces with the Holy Church, as long as we can guarantee 4 years of invincibility, Earth will become our territory in 4 years. At that time, it's just a Dragon King. Either submit or die." A young god said faintly. Chapter 1963. 1963 and 1963, he became a god. 4 years? The earth had changed a lot, especially with the appearance of the tomb of the eternal god. The tomb of the southern light wing god was a dead tomb. Unless one was powerful enough to break it open, one could not enter it. As for the tomb of the northern light wing god, it has a feeling of choosing a successor. I wonder how many more god-level experts will appear on Earth in the next 4 years. An old man said slowly, his eyes shining. The others are improving, and so are we. With our strength and the Holy Church, if we can't be invincible for 4 years, then our lives will be in vain. A woman said faintly, "Don't worry, everyone. So what if the Dragon King's strength is now? So what if someone has received the inheritance of the Godlord? Don't worry, I'm still here. In these 4 years, we have no fear of anyone or any force. In 4 years, everyone will either submit or die." Humph. Yuan Kuei glanced at the gods around him and snorted with confidence. He was full of disdain and contempt for the gods' worries. "Oh, Lord Yuan Kuei's strength has increased?" A young god looked at Yuan Kuei in surprise. "Gather all the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace within these 10 days. This time, we will unite and show our might." Yuan Kuei didn't answer him directly. He simply said one sentence and disappeared in an instant. "Haha, there is no need for us to worry over nothing. With our current strength, even if we destroy the Dragon King's forces, we will only lose some. Now, only if all the gods work together can they pose a threat to us." A middle-aged man laughed and disappeared in an instant. "They've all improved?" Seeing Yuan Kuei and the middle-aged man's confident expression, a young man said in surprise. The other gods fell silent and slowly disappeared one by one. When they arrived, more than a dozen god kingdoms had appeared, and the gods had obtained a large number of resources and treasures. Among them, there was definitely someone whose strength had improved again. The gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace want to marry the gods of the Sacred Hall. What's going on? Are they going to join forces? Obviously, they're going to join forces. Hiss, if the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall join forces, no force on Earth will be their match. It should be because of the appearance of the Dragon King. Some forces of the Fire God Palace and the Pyramid have been destroyed, forcing the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall to make some preparations. I heard that the Lingxiao Treasured Palace has invited all the gods this time. Even some of the forces established by the demigods have also sent invitations. The next day, The matter of the Lingxiao treasured palace inviting all the gods and all the forces to attend the god engagement party of the two forces 10 days later broke out on the internet. While everyone was shocked, they also guessed the intentions of the two forces. Obviously, the marriage between the gods of the two forces was not just for the wedding banquet. Many people could guess that it was the alliance of the two forces. And the gods and forces that had received the invitation couldn't refuse the invitation. Regardless of whether it was the rise of the Dragon King or the establishment of the True Dragon Association, the strength of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church was still unfathomable. Now that they had joined forces, the gods had to give them some face. 5 days slowly passed, and in the sky above River City, a primordial flame enveloped the entire River City. The fire element let out joyful celebratory sounds. The entire world was enveloped in joy. Boom! An incomparably huge divine kingdom was raised high in the sky over 100,000 meters high. Xiao Ran's face, which was covered in flames, was filled with excitement and excitement. I, Xiao Ran, have finally become a god. His face was filled with excitement as he raised the divine kingdom high above his head. A wisp of divine fire appeared above his head. I can finally step into this era. Xiao Ran clenched his fist tightly. This was the era of the gods. He had finally stepped into this era. Buzz. At this moment, an 8-story pagoda flew toward Xiao Ran from below. He looked at the crimson-red pagoda. Each floor contained a terrifying flame. His eyes revealed a burning expression. Divine weapon. A word flashed across his mind. He looked at the figure below and was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Boom. Xiao Ran stretched out his arm and held the divine weapon. He was extremely excited as he felt the majestic power coming from the divine weapon. It was a divine weapon with 3 wisps of divine fire. With the divine weapon in his hand and the physique of the origin fire, he had the ability to fight against 2 wisps of divine fire. Retrieve. He shouted softly, and the divine kingdom entered his body. His figure appeared in front of Wang Xian. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ran knelt on the ground and said excitedly. Get up. Mingxin has prepared some delicious food. Come and eat. Wang Xian smiled and said to him, Brother, congratulations on lighting the divine fire and becoming a god. Among all the humans on earth, you are the first person to become a god. Lu Mingxin walked over happily and said to Xiao Ran, With Master's help, even a pig can become a god. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. He did not have the slightest bit of pride because he became a god. Hee, with Master around, it's also because of your luck and strength, brother. The world is not fair to begin with. Lu Mingxin said with a smile. Teacher, brother, try my desserts. The 3 of them sat at a table and chatted as they ate. Mingxin, you and Xiao Ran can eat here. Half an hour later, Wang Xian got up and left. He told Lu Mingxin, It's teacher. Lu Mingxin saw Wang Xian leaving and knew what he meant. She nodded slightly. Why, little sister? Why do I feel like there's something going on between you and Master? Xiao Ran saw his master leaving, and his little sister was acting strangely. A puzzled look appeared on her face. Brother, there's something I need to tell you. Lu Mingxin hesitated for a moment and passed the invitation letter to her brother. What? When Xiao Ran saw the contents of the invitation letter, his expression changed drastically. I gave Sister Ling Fei a call a few days ago. I can tell that this marriage was not of her own free will. Brother, do you want to give Sister Ling Fei a call? She still doesn't know that you're still alive. Who knows? Lu Mingxin saw the change in her brother's expression and said worriedly. No need. I'll go and ask Ling Fei personally. I also want to ask Ling Xiao Palace. Xiao Ran clenched his fists tightly and said with a face full of unwillingness. He wanted to ask Consort Ling personally if this was her original intention. He wanted to question the Ling Xiao Palace and why they wanted to kill him. Kiki, little Xiao Ran, with your strength, going to the Ling Xiao Palace is simply courting death. When the time comes, call us and we'll bring some people for you. No matter what, you're still the disciple of our Dragon King. Not everyone can bully you. As for women, I don't care what she thinks. Just snatch them over. Kiki Kiki. At this moment, a few figures slowly walked up from the staircase on the top floor of the villa. Chapter 1964. 1964. In 1964, all the gods gathered in the sky. Emo Sha, Ba Chi, and Ao Chitian stood at the entrance of the stairs. They leaned against the wall and looked at Xiao Ran with a smile. The arrogant and sinister voice came from the mouths of Ba Chi and Emo Sha. Xiao Ran, who was sitting there, was slightly stunned and immediately stood up. "Leaders, thank you," he said excitedly to Emo Sha and the others. "No need to thank me. It's just a small matter. I like it the most when it comes to killing and arson." Ba Chi laughed sinisterly. "I, Ao Chitian, am a little like the legendary Monkey King. The Lingxiao Treasure Hall is a little like the heavenly court in the legends." Hee hee. Ao Chitian laughed and said suddenly, "Monkey King? Hee hee. When the Dragon King named you Monkey King, he probably saw that you look like that monkey. However, although the legendary Monkey King caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace, he was eventually suppressed." Ba Chi looked at Ao Chitian and said with a smile, "Suppress me? With just them, the Demon War Department alone can destroy 100,000 of their heavenly troops and heavenly generals." Ao Chitian snorted coldly, and a brutal aura emanated from his body. "Haha, then the 100,000 heavenly troops and heavenly generals of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall will be handed over to the Demon War Department," Emo Sha said with a loud laugh. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he heard their words. This time, he only borrowed his master's power to question the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and ask Ji Lingfei about the reason. He borrowed his master's power to make the Lingxiao Treasured Palace fear him. Why did he go to the leaders of the Dragon Palace and seem to want to destroy them? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, not much happened. The only thing that caught people's attention was that in Jiang City, another subordinate of the Dragon King had lit a divine fire and became a god. This caused all the forces to be shocked again. The last time they destroyed the throne room of the Fire God Palace, the Dragon King had displayed the power of 13 gods. Now that someone in Jiang City had lit a divine fire, he must also be a subordinate of the Dragon King. In total, there were 14 gods. What kind of concept was this? 14 gods were immediately more than the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. The two major forces each had only a dozen gods. The power of the Dragon King made countless people extremely fearful. In addition, now that the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church had joined forces, it made those gods who traveled alone extremely wary. This was completely forcing them to join forces. "Aohe, let's go." In the villa in Jiang City, Wang Xian said to Aohe and brought the two girls straight to the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. "Daddy, aren't we waiting for Xiao Ran and the rest?" Huaer looked to the side and said to Wang Xian, "No, let's go and take a look first." Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the Lingxiao Treasured Palace in the sky. The gigantic skyscraping Treasured Palace was thousands of kilometers long and was emitting an incomparable divine radiance. The entire skyscraping Treasured Palace brought Earth to a star field that no one on Earth knew about with a majestic force. A single palace could cover such a huge area. It was almost comparable to the divine kingdom of God with 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire. There are so many people. Huar and the others looked around. With their eyesight, they could see over 1 million people flying toward the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. These were the disciples of the major factions. This time, the marriage between the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church would have at least 10 million people come to congratulate them. This was one of the intentions of the two major factions. South Heaven Gate. Soon, an incomparably huge Heaven Gate appeared in their sight. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace was divided into 4 Heaven Gates: East, South, West, and North. This time, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace allowed everyone to enter through the South Heaven Gate. "Welcome, Dragon King. Please follow me inside." When Wang Xian and the rest arrived in front of the South Heaven Gate, a god immediately came forward and extended his hand to signal to him. "All right, Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across the South Heaven Gate. On both sides of the South Heaven Gate, which was 4 to 5,000 meters wide, 2 rows of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals stood neatly. Golden armor, a mighty body, and a powerful aura. All of these showed the power of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. That's the Dragon King. The Dragon King has arrived. However, it seems that the Dragon King didn't bring too many subordinates. When the Dragon King arrives, the deities of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall will go over to welcome him. This is the might of the Dragon King. With the current power of the Dragon King, even the Lingxiao Treasure Hall has to treat him with respect. Around them, some of the young, middle-aged, and old men who were walking towards the palace were filled with fear when they saw Wang Xian and the rest. This is my first time stepping into the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Such a stunning palace is floating in the sky. It's really shocking. Look at those heavenly soldiers and generals. They are simply too powerful. Every heavenly soldier and general is at least at the demigod level. An army that is comparable to the heavenly soldiers and generals can only be the holy warrior army of the Holy Church. They are truly an invincible army. As more and more people stepped into the South Heaven Gate, their hearts were filled with awe as they scanned the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals around the South Heaven Gate. Even though the earth had undergone great changes and many people had obtained treasures in the divine tomb during this period of time to raise their strength to the demigod realm, they could clearly sense their own weakness when they saw these heavenly soldiers and generals. Even the proud sons of heaven were slightly apprehensive in their hearts. This is the foundation of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Although the Dragon King has more than a dozen subordinates of the gods, his foundation is still far inferior. The deeper they went, the more shocked they became. The entire Lingxiao Treasured Palace was simply too magnificent. Dragon King, please. About 20 kilometers away from the South Heaven Gate, there was an incomparably huge arena in front of them. The surroundings of the arena were already densely packed with people. They were all disciples who had followed the arrival of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. 10 days ago, they had all been summoned back to the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Millions of disciples stood there neatly. The weakest among them had already reached the insightful emptiness realm. At the very front was a colorful ceremonial stage. The decorations on it were festive and beautiful. There were more than 30 seats above the ceremonial stage. Currently, there were a few gods sitting on the seats. The gods who brought Wang Xian brought them to the right seat below the ceremonial stage and gestured to them. The Dragon King is here. Many gods had already arrived at the seats closest to the stage. Upon seeing Wang Xian's arrival, the gods looked over one by one. There were more than 10 pairs of eyes. There were the true dragon son of heaven and the gods who occupied the divine mountains. Among them, the 3 true dragons son of heaven from the true dragon union sat opposite Wang Xian. The seats were divided according to one's strength. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and smiled faintly. He sat there with Huar Kaier and Ao Crab, waiting quietly. Chapter 1965 1965 Crushing Ling Xiao 1. As time passed, more and more people arrived in the Ling Xiao Palace. The powerhouses and forces from all over the earth had gathered in the Ling Xiao Palace in the millions. This was equivalent to the arrival of all the slightly more powerful people on earth. Even if the gods of the Ling Xiao Palace haven't arrived yet, nearly 20 gods have already gathered around. The Dragon King has only brought one subordinate here. Almost all the gods on earth have gathered. Almost all the elites have also arrived. Millions of people stood behind the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. They looked around and discussed among themselves. All the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and all the elites on earth, except for the disciples of the Sacred Hall, had not arrived. Today, almost all the powerhouses of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had gathered. This marriage could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. And above the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, 3 satellites were suspended. These 3 satellites would broadcast the marriage live. This was also a way for the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall to display their power to everyone on earth. This marriage had attracted the attention of billions of people on Earth. Everyone was waiting quietly for the arrival of the powerhouses from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. Wang Xian and the other gods were also sitting there quietly. Time passed slowly. Ao Qitian is a little slow. However, at this moment, Xiao Ran, Ao Jian, Ba Qi, and Emo Sha were standing by the seaside at Jiang City. Their eyes were looking at the ocean. Ba Qi saw the fluctuations in front of them and said faintly, "It's not a big deal. It took me some time to upgrade the two subordinates of the Starwood Combat Division." At this moment, figures appeared in front of them. With Ao Qitian as the leader, more than 2,000 figures appeared in front of them. Prime Minister Gue was standing in the middle, Ao Qitian was on the left, and two members of the Starwood Combat Division were on the right. Behind them were 2,000 members of the Demon Combat Department. Each of the members of the Demon Combat Department exuded a violent aura. They held a metal club in their hands. They were 5 meters tall, and pitch-black scales covered their entire bodies. On top of the scales, there was a layer of pitch-black needle-like spears, and a pair of fangs were exposed. His long tail was somewhat similar to some of the demonized Qitian Grand Sage in novels. "Prepare to go over." Prime Minister Gue looked at Xiao Ran and said with a smile. "Who, Prime Minister Gue? Sorry to trouble all the leaders." Xiao Ran's gaze swept across his master's subordinates. The experts of the Dragon Palace took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Hee, it's no trouble. Someone dared to assassinate the disciple of our Dragon King. This is completely disrespectful to our Dragon Palace. Today, let the Lingxiao Treasured Palace give us an explanation." Prime Minister Gue said indifferently. "Hee, snatch the woman first, kill the man, find the mastermind behind this, and send him to hell." Emo Sha said from the side with a dense expression. Xiao Ran looked at Ba Qi and Emo Sha and smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Leader Emo Sha. When the time comes, I'll listen to Xiao Ran's orders for now." Prime Minister Gue took over his words and said to the leaders of the Dragon Palace, "It's Prime Minister Gue. Don't worry, Prime Minister Gue. We know what to do." The leaders of the Dragon Palace nodded. They also knew that this time, it was mainly about Xiao Ran. Moreover, there were some things that he needed to solve himself. "Thank you, Prime Minister Gue. Thank you, leaders. Let's go." Xiao Ran nodded heavily. He moved his hand, and the 8 divine fire pagoda on his palm emitted a powerful divine light. He looked at his sister beside him and nodded. He raised his head and looked at the enormous Lingxiao Treasured Palace. This enormous palace was once an absolutely invincible existence in his eyes. He had never thought that he would step into this divine palace today and question all the gods in the sky. Whoosh! The group flew toward the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. The leaders of the Dragon Palace, 9 flood dragons, 2,000 members of the Demon War Department, and 2 members of the Starwood War Department. These 2 members of the Starwood War Department had been upgraded with the resources of the 7 gods after they had killed the Fire God Palace's 7 gods. After lighting the divine fire, the strength of all the members of the Starwood Combat Division, with the help of the ancestral tree, was comparable to the Mad Dragon species, which had the strongest attack power in the Dragon Palace. Lighting the divine fire was the most suitable choice for the members of the Starwood Combat Division. Now, including Ao Xingmu, the Starwood Combat Division had 3 gods, and they all had the strength to fight against 4 wisps of the divine fire god, 22 godly state experts, and 2,000 rank 8 demigod demon combat division members. The gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace have arrived. Just as Xiao Ran and the others were flying toward the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, a voice resounded within the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. At the center of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, 15 figures flew toward the ceremonial stage. Around the 15 figures were 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. In the middle of the 15 figures was a woman in a legendary red dress. She was exceptionally eye-catching. She wore a red festive dress and a phoenix crown on her head. One could vaguely see her delicate face. However, there was a hint of coldness on her body. "Greetings, gods." When the gods from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace arrived, All the disciples immediately half-knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Greetings, gods!" At the back, when the elites on Earth saw the 15 gods flying over, their hearts trembled. They half-knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. In an instant, over 10 million people in the surroundings knelt there. Only the 20 or so gods near the ceremonial stage sat there indifferently, their gazes sizing up the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace. At the same time, the 3 satellite live broadcast images were clearly displayed in front of everyone on Earth. 15 gods. Hiss, this is the first time the Lingxiao treasured palace has displayed all the gods, as expected of one of the top forces. A total of 15 gods, a few more than the Dragon King's forces. I wonder if the Lingxiao treasured palace has any other hidden strength. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, and more than a dozen gods. As expected of the Lingxiao treasured palace, the gods that descended. Everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked when they saw this scene. Stand up? In the center of the gods, Yuan Kuei's gaze swept across everyone in front of him as he said indifferently, "Yes." Everyone responded loudly and looked at the gods in awe. "Ha ha ha, we're not late, are we?" At this moment, a carefree voice sounded out. In the west, light covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. A holy warrior with wings accompanied them on both sides. In the middle, more than a dozen gods on radiant Pegasus flew over. The gods of the Holy Church had arrived. Just in time, haha. Yuan Kuei looked over and revealed a smile. Chapter 1966. 1966 and 1966, he crushed Ling Xiao too. Those are the gods of the Holy Church. 14 gods, one less than the Ling Xiao Palace, but this number is terrifying enough. The 40,000 to 50,000 winged ones around are the Holy Warrior Army. The strength of the Holy Warrior Army is no weaker than that of the Dragon Palace. The arrival of the powerhouses of the Holy Church made everyone reveal Ling Rant's expression. There are 15 gods from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and 14 gods from the Sacred Hall. Together, there are at least 29 gods. And this is only on the surface. Perhaps they are hiding some of their strength. When the eldest young master of the celestial race, who had lit up the divine fire, saw this scene, his face was filled with a solemn expression. He muttered, and his eyes flickered with a luster. When the surrounding gods saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly. Even though they were once fallen gods who had ignited 4 or 5 wisps of divine fire in the past, or even 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire in the past, this was still the past. If they wanted to recover their peak strength, they would need a large amount of resources. Before they recovered, they were filled with fear when facing 30 or so god-level experts. Even though these gods didn't light up much divine fire, they still didn't need much effort to kill them. "Brother Luke Owen, this way please." Yuan Kuei looked at everyone from the Holy Church and smiled as he gestured to the old man riding the Pegasus in the middle. "All right." Luke Owen nodded indifferently and flew towards the seats on the stage. A group of gods followed him and sat on the seats one by one. Behind him, 50,000 holy warriors were floating at the back. They spread their 3-meter-wide wings and emitted a strong white glow. They were as holy as the angels in the legends. This must be the Dragon King. He is really young and promising. He is a legend. Luke Owen stood in front of the 2 seats in the middle of the front row. His gaze swept across all the gods below. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Xian as he said faintly, "Thank you for your praise." Wang Xian replied with a smile when he saw the old man from the Holy Church talking to him. Everyone in the surroundings saw this scene and turned their attention to the Dragon King and the old man from the Holy Church. The Divine Sea Palace and the Fire God Palace are not small forces. If the Dragon King wishes to obtain protection, he can join our Holy Church. Suddenly, Luke Owen said to Wang Xian lightly, "Oh." Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. Luke Owen didn't say much. He looked at a god who looked like a young man and gestured to the young man. The 2 of them flew straight to the stage. Yuan Kuei saw them walking to the center and looked at concubine Ji Ling, who was beside him. "Junior sister, let's go." As he spoke, he flew straight to the center. Concubine Ji followed behind expressionlessly and landed on the stage. She had a beautiful figure and a holy face. She was a goddess worthy of her name. Brown Warren, who was standing beside Luke Owen, looked at concubine Ji with a burning gaze. "My name is Luke Owen. Today, the son of the god of the Holy Church, God Brown Warren, will marry the goddess of the Lingxiao Palace. At the same time, apart from this joyous event, we also have something to announce. Our Holy Church will be closer to the Lingxiao Palace because of the marriage between Brown Warren and goddess Jiling. From now on, the Lingxiao Palace will form an alliance with the Holy Church. The light of the Holy Church will cover all of you." Luke Owen took 2 steps forward and slowly spread his arms, announcing to everyone, "The light of the Holy Church will cover all of you." Behind them, all the gods of the Holy Church spread out their arms at the same time, and an incomparably majestic power of light covered the area ahead. Wong, Wong, a gentle divine light of light enveloped everyone. The area behind them was bathed in the power of light, and they instantly felt their spirits shake. They couldn't help but feel a trace of piety in their hearts. Some insightful void tier cultivators could even sense that some of the injuries in their bodies had recovered. Everyone was slightly shocked and filled with reverence. At the front, the gods saw this scene, and their hearts trembled slightly. The light of the sacred hall was going to envelop everyone? What did this mean? This meant that the light of the sacred hall was going to envelop them, and everyone was going to be covered by the sacred hall. Ji Lingfei saw this scene, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. "The soaring heavens treasured palace will form an alliance with the Holy Church. We will rise above the clouds and all living beings. The soaring heavens treasured palace's God Ascension Board will be the true God Ascension Board. All the gods will be on it." Yuan Kuei looked at Luke Owen, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He glanced at everyone in front of him, and his aura trembled slightly. Boom! A terrifying pressure shot into the clouds, and the sky changed. The God Ascension Board was shining brightly. Names appeared on the God Ascension Board. First place, Dragon King Immortal. Second place, Demonic Dragon Son of Heaven. Third place, True Dragon Son of Heaven. Fourth place. Names appeared on the God Ascension Board. The real God Ascension Board and the name of Dragon King Immortal appeared at the first place. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the surroundings. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals shook the weapons in their hands gently. The cold voice rang out in everyone's mind. It made one's blood boil. God Ascension List. At the back, everyone looked at the eye-catching God Ascension list with shock in their eyes. God Ascension Roll, the light of the sacred hall. All the gods looked at this scene and narrowed their eyes, their expressions somewhat ugly. As expected, everything was as they had expected. No, it was even more overbearing than they had expected. What does the sacred hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace mean? The light of the sacred hall, the gods on the God Ascension Roll, are they displaying their might? They are intimidating all the gods. Whether it's the light of the sacred hall or the God Ascension list, they are showing off their sovereignty and power. There are nearly 30 immortal gods. The Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall have the right to intimidate everyone. Even the Dragon King has to bow his head in front of this force. In front of the satellite live broadcast network, everyone saw this scene and began to discuss and make guesses. Basically, it was as most people expected. This marriage was actually an alliance that would shock the world. However, what surprised them was that the might displayed by the Holy Church and the Lingxiao treasured palace was a little overbearing. In the legends, those who enter the God Ascension Roll would be restricted. The Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church have joined forces. It seems that they want to intimidate and even suppress all the gods. Wang Xian looked at his first place on the God Sealing Roll, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The gods around him had a slightly sullen look on their faces. Some of them glanced at each other and remained silent. They were all on their own. If they were to join forces to fight against the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Saint Hall, It was obviously impossible. Chapter 1967. 1967 crushed the skyscraping 3. Hee. Now the engagement ceremony of the two of us will be held. Yuan Kuei glanced at the embarrassed gods below and said with a faint smile, since their skyscraping treasured palace had completely allied with the Holy Church, they had to intimidate all the gods. As for whether they would unite or not, it was obviously impossible. Rather than joining forces to resist, it would be better to join the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall. After they joined forces, the Templar Hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace would be able to intimidate and even restrain all the gods. This intimidation and restraint wouldn't take too long, for years were enough. After 4 years, Earth would arrive at their territory, the boundless star field. Walala. After Yuan Kuei finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Luke Owen and returned to the 2 seats in the center. He watched this scene with a smile on his face. Behind them, on the left and right sides, there was a row of beautiful women and a row of handsome young men. They walked over with flower baskets in their hands and sprinkled flower petals on the entire ceremonial stage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the sky, Pegasus spread their wings and circled around the ceremonial stage. It was as if a scene from a myth had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As expected of the divine sons and goddesses, ordinary mortals can't compare to them at all. Regardless of whether they are connected by marriage or not, this scene looks like a real-life immortal couple. Seeing this scene, whether it was the people around them or those who were watching this scene through the satellite, their faces were filled with envy. A real immortal couple. Wait. At this moment, Ji Lingfei suddenly looked at Brown Warren and spoke without any emotion. Huh. Brown Warren was slightly stunned. He looked at Ji Lingfei in astonishment. I have something to attend to. As Ji Lingfei spoke, she walked towards the area below. Junior sister. At the top of the stage, Yuan Kuei saw Ji Lingfei walking towards the area below. His expression changed slightly as he shouted. Ji Lingfei ignored him and walked straight towards Wang Xian. Teacher. She walked to Wang Xian's side and lowered her head as she called out. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Please place this in front of Xiao Ran's tombstone. I'm sorry, teacher. Ji Lingfei said softly as she passed a space ring to Wang Xian. This was a special space ring with a heart shape on it. As for what was inside the space ring, Wang Xian didn't know. No need. You can keep it for yourself. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled faintly. Sorry to trouble you, teacher. Ji Lingfei shook her head and bowed to Wang Xian. Then, she floated the ring in front of him. After that, she turned around and walked towards the ceremonial stage. Wang Xian looked at her and raised his eyebrows. A hint of satisfaction could be seen in his eyes. What's going on? That goddess seems to know the Dragon King? What's going on? That goddess Ji Lingfei is so familiar. Wasn't she once the vice dean of the Dragon Gate Academy? She has a very good relationship with the disciple of the Dragon King, Xiao Ran. It seems that this goddess has a very close relationship with the assassinated Xiao Ran. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone around had surprised expressions on their faces. Many people even recognized Ji Lingfei's identity. As for the disciples of the Lingxiao Palace, they were all very clear about the intimate relationship between Princess Ji Ling and Xiao Ran. At this moment, Brown Warren, who was standing on the stage, heard some of the subtle discussions around him. His expression froze for a moment before he slowly became embarrassed. What was going on? What was the meaning of those people's discussions? This was similar to how he felt when he just got engaged and discovered that his fiancée had cuckolded him. This made him extremely angry. He was a god of the Templar Hall, even if the other party was already a dead person. He looked at Consort Ji with an embarrassed expression. The heat from earlier had completely disappeared. Humph. On the seat in front of him, Luke Owen saw this scene and gave Yuan Kuei an unhappy snort. Continue. He looked at the embarrassed Brown Warren and immediately transmitted his voice. This marriage alliance represented the alliance between the Holy Church and the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Naturally, Nothing could go wrong. When Brown Warren heard his voice transmission, his expression changed again. He took a deep breath and looked at Wang Xian. "Give me the thing in front of you." Brown Warren stared at the interspatial ring in front of Wang Xian and said coldly, "Brown Warren, the auspicious time has arrived. Don't waste any more time." Upon hearing Brown Warren's words, Ji Lingfei's expression changed slightly as she spoke immediately. "Shut up." Brown Warren growled in a low voice as he stared coldly at Wang Xian. "Give me the interspatial ring in front of you immediately." He spoke coldly to Wang Xian once again. "Hiss this?" Seeing the god of the Holy Church shouting at the Dragon King in such a cold manner, everyone around was stunned. They looked at the Dragon King in unison, a god who has only ignited a wisp of divine fire. "Pay attention to your tone of voice." A.O. Crab saw that Brown Warren, a god who had ignited a wisp of divine fire, dared to speak to the Dragon King in such a tone. He stared at the Dragon King with a cold gaze, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, as soon as A.O. Crab finished his words, the atmosphere in the entire soaring heavens treasure hall turned solemn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the seats at the front desk, 5 or 6 gods from the Holy Church stood up and stared at Wang Xian coldly. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. Only the surrounding gods were happy to see this scene. If they could fight, they would be even more happy to see it. Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen watched and frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience on their faces. Yuan Kuei was even more irritated. His eyes were full of displeasure as he glanced at Consort Ji. "What, Dragon King? You don't give me this interspatial ring because you don't agree with our marriage?" Brown Warren's expression changed slightly when he heard A.O. Crab's words, but there was no fear on his face. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he shouted again. This question reverberated throughout the entire Lingxiao treasured palace, and everyone heard it clearly. His words also made everyone's hearts tremble. By now, everyone could already see that Brown Warren's marriage with concubine Ji Ling represented the alliance between the Holy Church and the Lingxiao treasured palace. Once the Dragon King said that he did not agree with their marriage, it also meant that he did not agree with the alliance between the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. If he opposed their alliance, he would naturally become the enemy of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. Brown and Warren were completely threatening and pressuring the Dragon King. "Don't cause any more trouble. The marriage is destined. No one can stop it." Yuan Kuei frowned slightly and looked at Wang Xian as he spoke. His voice echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao treasured palace. The marriage was destined. No one could stop it. What he meant was that no one could stop the alliance between the Lingxiao Palace and the Holy Church. "You, Dragon King, don't cause any more trouble. Give the item to Brown Warren. Teacher, give the item to I, Xiao Ran, don't agree." On the stage, Ji Lingfei didn't expect that her action would cause her teacher to be so passive. Her expression changed drastically as she looked at Wang Xian and spoke immediately. However, before she could finish her sentence, a firm and cold voice resounded throughout the entire world. Chapter 1968. 1968 Crushed Ling Xiao 4. I, Xiao Ran, disagree. A voice suddenly sounded from the South Heaven Gate. The voice covered the entire Lingxiao Palace, and everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone on Earth could also hear it clearly because of the live broadcast from the satellite. When they heard this voice, everyone was slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Over 10 million people immediately looked in the direction of the South Heaven Gate. Xiao Ran? Isn't Xiao Ran already dead? How? Xiao Ran was assassinated by the water god of Huangshan. How is he now? Could he still be alive? Surprised voices came from the mouths of some people. Everyone's gaze fell in the direction of the South Heaven Gate. The South Heaven Gate was about 20 kilometers away. With everyone's eyesight, they could see it clearly. It was about the same distance as 100 meters before. Xiao Ran. On the stage, Ji Lingfei heard this voice. Her body trembled, and her face was filled with disbelief. She widened her eyes and stared at the figure outside the South Heaven Gate. It's him, it's him. Xiao Ran is still alive, still alive. When she saw Xiao Ran standing outside the South Heaven Gate, holding the 8 divine fire pagoda with one hand, Ji Lingfei's eyes instantly turned red, and drops of tears flowed out. She was so happy that she cried. She never thought that Xiao Ran was actually still alive, that Xiao Ran was still alive. It's Xiao Ran. He's actually alive. Our Dean isn't dead. He's still alive. Haha, he's not dead. He's not dead. He must have been saved by the Dragon King. When everyone saw Xiao Ran, who was covered in flames and holding the divine pagoda in his hand, appear in front of everyone, some people were shocked, while others were filled with excitement. How is this possible? I clearly saw Xiao Ran's head with my own eyes. The first divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace looked at Xiao Ran's figure with a face full of shock and disbelief. Back then, Xiao Ran's head had been thrown into the sea carelessly by him, who was making a ruckus at the Lingxiao treasured palace's South Heaven Gate. Get lost immediately. At the South Heaven Gate, the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals saw Xiao Ran and the others floating in front of them, and their faces were filled with ice-cold killing intent. Their weapons were aimed at them, filled with a domineering aura. I, Xiao Ran, do not agree to this marriage alliance. Xiao Ran ignored the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals around him as he slowly walked forward. His eyes met with Ji Lingfei's as they flickered with a luster. Those of you who dare to barge into the Lingxiao treasured palace, kill them all. The Southern Sky Gate commander did not need the orders of the gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace. He stared at Xiao Ran with a face full of killing intent as he ordered loudly. Those who trespass my Lingxiao treasure hall, die. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals roared and attacked Xiao Ran and the others with the long spears and halberds in their hands. Roar, roar, boys kill. Ao Qian saw the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals on his left and right sides, and immediately ordered the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department behind him. Roar, roar, roar. With a violent roar, the members of the Demon War Department held metal cudgels in their hands and surrounded by demonic qi, instantly facing the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals on both sides. Bang! Aw! In just a moment of collision, the 2,000 demon monkeys' violent attacks landed on the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals at the front. The lowest combat strength of the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department was at the level of a demigod rank 9. Facing the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals below the level of a demigod rank 5, even if the number of opponents was 10 times that of the Demon War Department. However, when the 2,000 demon monkeys from the Demon War Department held the metal rods that were filled with demonic qi and collided with them, miserable screams suddenly sounded. In an instant, the thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals were sent flying backward. They spat out fresh blood and instantly lost their vitality. Hiss, they are going to attack us. What's going on? Are they going to completely become enemies with the Lingxiao treasured palace? Oh my God! In an instant, over 1,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were killed. At this moment, when everyone saw Xiao Ran and the others directly step onto the South Heaven Gate and saw the demon monkeys behind them killing thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals with a single strike, shock appeared on their faces. Directly stepping onto the South Heaven Gate and killing the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, was this declaring war on the Lingxiao treasured palace? Declaring war on them when the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall joined forces. Was this madness or something? Boom! On the ceremonial stage, when the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace saw the thousands of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals instantly killed, they immediately stood up, their faces revealing a violent killing intent. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Xiao Ran and the others. At this moment, sensing the gazes of the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace, Xiao Ran raised his head without the slightest fear. His gaze looked at the gods without the slightest fear. Kiki. Beside him, the 8-limbed devil Sha and the others followed indifferently to the left and right. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly as they indifferently swept their gaze over the entire Lingxiao treasured palace. Go to hell. On the right, a heavenly general held a long halberd in his hand. It was filled with the piercing and sharpness of metal as it attacked towards them. Bang! However, at this moment, a rod that was surrounded by demonic chi landed heavily on the head of the heavenly general. In an instant, fresh blood flowed out, and a corpse fell heavily to the ground. Kill. We, the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, have nothing to fear from the 2,000 demons. The Southern Skygate commander's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He raised the long halberd in his hand and roared loudly as he charged towards the members of the Demon War Department. Join forces. The 20 members of the Demon War Department saw the peak stage demigod-level Southern Skygate commander charging towards them. Their bodies moved and 20 cudgels filled with monstrous demonic flames charged towards him. Bang, bang, bang. A long halberd pressed down on the 20 cudgels. However, when the Southern Skygate commander saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? All of them are at the level of a demigod-level 9th rank. His expression was somewhat shocked, and his pupils constricted slightly, filled with shock. Roar, roar, roar. A violent sound rang out from the surroundings, and the metal cudgels in the hands of the 20 demon monkeys expanded to 1,000 meters, sweeping towards the Southern Skygate commander in front of them. The 20 members of the Demon War Department were suppressing one of the 5 commanders of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Ah! The miserable cries of the people in the surroundings were incessant. At the entrance of the Southern Skygate, 20 figures were following Xiao Ran as they strolled in. Around the ceremonial stage 20 kilometers away, everyone took a deep breath when they saw this scene. 20,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were actually unable to stop those 2,000 or so demon monkeys. Those who followed Xiao Ran seemed to be the Dragon King's subordinates. There are more than 20 of them in total. Could they all be godly state experts? The Dragon King's subordinates followed Xiao Ran and attacked. What are they trying to do? Numerous shocked voices sounded from around them. Even the few million disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were shocked when they saw this scene. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out from the center of the ceremonial stage. Yuan Kuei stood there with a scepter that was covered in lightning in his hand. He stared at the South Heaven Gate and slowly landed on Wang Xian. Dragon King, are you going to start a war with our Lingxiao Treasured Palace? A cold and gloomy voice came out of his mouth. Chapter 1969. 1969-1969, Crushing Ling Xiao 5. Hiss. In the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace, everyone on Earth was shocked when they saw this scene. They watched as the strongest person in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace stared coldly at the Dragon King with the Judgment Thunder Staff in his hand. Their eyes widened slightly. I'm going to war with you guys? No, I'm not going to war with you guys. Wang Xian looked at Yuan Kuei's gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he shook his head lightly. Daddy is too handsome. Drink some tea. At the side, the 2 little girls saw Wang Xian sitting there calmly. They took out a cup of tea from their interspatial ring with smiles on their faces and handed it to him. Hee. Wang Xian smiled and took it. He took a sip gently. When everyone around saw this scene, they took a deep breath. They didn't expect the Dragon King to be so indifferent at this moment. Anyone who dares to offend our Lingxiao Treasured Palace will have to pay a heavy price, no matter who he is. Yuan Kuei's eyes revealed a sinister expression as he stared at Xiao Ran and the others who were walking over. Xiao Ran and the others were not very fast. It took them more than 10 seconds to reach a few thousand meters in front of them. On both sides, the heavenly soldiers and generals who were blocking them were all killed. In just a few minutes, more than 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals died at the hands of the Demon War Department. At the last moment, none of the heavenly soldiers and generals dared to charge at them. Gods, it's our South Heaven Gate's fault. Seeing that the heavenly soldiers and generals did not dare to attack, the 2,000 Demon War Department members waved the metal rod in their hands and followed Xiao Ran and the others. The commander of the South Heaven Gate led 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to surround the back and said to the gods of the Lingxiao treasure hall with an ugly expression, "Buzz." Xiao Ran and the others stopped in the air and stared at the gods of the Lingxiao treasure hall. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Some of the gods around looked at Xiao Ran and the others in surprise. "Xiao Ran, you have cultivated in the Lingxiao treasure hall for a few years and are a disciple of the Lingxiao treasure hall. Today, you led people into the Lingxiao treasure hall and killed the heavenly soldiers and generals. This crime deserves to be executed." Jin Feng stared at Xiao Ran and declared coldly, "I came here today to ask the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace a question. If I am guilty, then I deserve to be executed." Xiao Ran looked at Jin Feng and said coldly, "I want to ask, why did the Lingxiao treasured palace want to kill me? Why did they let the two gods of Yellow Mountain assassinate me? If it wasn't for my master saving me, I would already be a dead person. I, Xiao Ran, will naturally kill whoever kills me today." Before the other party could reply, Xiao Ran's gaze swept across all the gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace and questioned, "How dare you? You are just a mere mortal. If we wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Why go through so much trouble?" Jin Feng's face flashed with a hint of anger when he heard his words. He shouted sternly, "I don't understand either. Why did you go through so much trouble to get the first divine son of Lingxiao treasured palace to contact the two gods of Huangshan?" At this moment, Wang Xian, who was sitting at the side, said calmly, You are slandering me." As soon as he finished his sentence, the first son of deity, who was sitting in front of the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, shouted at Wang Xian with a drastic change in expression, "Senior brother." On the ceremonial stage, Ji Lingfei's expression changed drastically when she heard the words of Wang Xian and Xiao Ran. She quickly thought that the person behind all of this must be her senior brother. She had just returned to the Lingxiao treasured palace a few days ago when Xiao Ran was assassinated by two unknown gods. At that time, she did not think too much about it. Now, she understood everything. Ji Lingfei's gaze was fixed on Yuan Kuei, and her eyes were filled with coldness. "Humph, since you didn't die last time, then die here today." Yuan Kuei's face revealed a cold, killing intent, and he said straightforwardly without concealing it. Even in the face of all the forces of the Dragon King, the Lingxiao treasured palace was not afraid. Moreover, today, the Lingxiao treasured palace had been attacked. No matter what force the other party was, he had to kill them all. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Lingxiao treasured palace be? Heavenly soldiers and generals. Yuan Kuei roared. Yes. The responses from the east, west, and north heaven gates resounded throughout the Lingxiao treasured palace. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the three great gates of heaven, as well as the heavenly soldiers and generals in the central area, flew toward them. They locked onto Xiao Ran and the others with killing intent. "Anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of our Lingxiao treasured palace, kill." Yuan Kuei roared with a cold gaze. "Kill?" The sky-shaking roar caused the entire horizon to change. "Senior brother, you?" Ji Lingfei's expression changed drastically when she heard her senior brother's order. She immediately flew to Xiao Ran's side and stared at Yuan Kuei, her expression changing. "Junior sister, if you dare to betray the Lingxiao treasured palace, I will clean up the sect on behalf of my master." Yuan Kuei stared at Ji Lingfei with a gloomy expression. "Lingfei." Xiao Ran looked at Ji Lingfei and called out softly, "I'm here." Ji Lingfei raised her head and looked at him. Then, she smiled and stood firmly by his side. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." When Brown Warren saw this scene, he stood on the stage with an embarrassed expression and shouted angrily, "Brother Luke Owen, I'm really sorry. We will give you enough compensation for this matter. I hope you won't disrupt our alliance." Yuan Kuei's expression was a little ugly as he said to Luke Owen of the Sacred Hall, "For divine artifacts." Luke Owen said coldly, "All right." Yuan Kuei's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. "Our Lingxiao treasured palace will settle the matter in front of us first. Lingxiao treasured palace's gods, get ready." He let out a savage roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 15 figures rose into the sky and stared at Xiao Ran and the others with murderous intent. The judgment of the gods. Anyone who violates the Lingxiao treasure palace will be killed without mercy. Yuan Kuei held the divine weapon of the judgment thunder staff and roared coldly. This is really going to be a fight. Behind Xiao Ran are all the subordinates of the Dragon King. We know that the number of gods under the Dragon King is not as many as the Lingxiao treasure palace. Don't tell me that there are more than 20 figures behind Xiao Ran who are all godly state experts. How is it possible that all of them are godly state experts? I wonder if the Dragon King will make a move. The Dragon King will make a move? If they really fight it out, I reckon that the experts of the Sacred Hall will make a move. At that time, it will be very difficult for Xiao Ran and the others to escape. Once the Sacred Hall makes a move, Xiao Ran and the others will definitely be judged and punished. This is a little unwise. When everyone saw the anger of the gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace, shock appeared on their faces. Other than the gods, the surrounding people hurriedly retreated into the distance, afraid that they would be affected. Everyone was not optimistic about the arrival of Xiao Ran and the others. After all, today was the day of the alliance between the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Sacred Hall. Once the other party joined forces, there would be close to 30 gods. Everyone on Earth who saw this scene through the satellite also had shocked expressions on their faces. They were shocked by Xiao Ran's courage, but they were even more shocked by the strength of the Lingxiao treasured palace. However, they did not think highly of Xiao Ran and the others. Chapter 1970 1970 Crushed Lingxiao 6 Kill Without Mercy 90,000 heavenly troops completely surrounded the group of people at the south heavenly gate of the Lingxiao treasure palace. Then, they let out a wild roar. Clang, clang, clang. They raised the weapons in their hands, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Weapons appeared in the hands of the gods of the Lingxiao treasure palace, and they coldly scanned the area in front of them. Hee, it seems that you have admitted to assassinating me back then. Xiao Ran coldly stared at the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace as a terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes. Today, I will take your dog head and purify your filthy body. On the ceremonial stage, Brown Warren's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Xiao Ran and Jiling Fei. What happened today was a great humiliation to him. He wanted them to pay a heavy price. Hee, Lingxiao treasured palace, when you dare to kill our Dragon King's disciple and offend him, we are already prepared to crush you, Lingxiao. Prime Minister Gui heard their words and swept his gaze across all the gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace as he said indifferently. Roar, roar, God Ascension roll? You dare to place our Dragon King on the God Ascension roll? You are not qualified. My sons, follow me today and crush Lingxiao. Roar, roar, roar. Ao Qiqian's sea-pacifying needle smashed toward the God Ascension roll, and his body grew a few hundred meters in size. Blood-red chains were tied around the sea-pacifying needle. Those who enter our God Ascension roll must be bound by us. Otherwise, they will die. A middle-aged man saw Ao Qiqian's attack toward the God Ascension roll, and a cold expression appeared on his face. His body shook, and he transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall figure. His earthen yellow armor covered his entire body. A 1,000-meter-tall shield appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards the sea-pacifying divine needle. With just you? Ao Qiqian's eyes were filled with fury as he looked at the god who had ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. His palm trembled, and blood-red chains shot towards his shield. Bang, bang, bang. A huge collision sound caused the entire shield to fly backwards. The sea-pacifying divine needle smashed heavily onto the God Ascension roll. Rumble. A collision sound that seemed to originate from the 9 heavens caused the entire God Ascension roll to emit a loud bang. Cracks slowly appeared on it. Ka, 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 ka. Following that, the cracks slowly grew bigger and eventually collapsed. Hiss. They're fighting. The prelude to the war is about to start. They're really fighting. Seeing the Dragon King's underlings suddenly attack, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the violent demon monkey would be so violent. Roar, roar, kill. The bodies of the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department shook, and waves of darkness spread to the surroundings. Their blood-red eyes were filled with scales, and they held tightly onto the metal rods in their hands as they swept towards the 90,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the surroundings. It was violent and bloody, and it was completely exposed. Kill them. The 90,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the soaring heavens treasure palace revealed an icy aura on their faces as they roared loudly. The densely packed attacks instantly covered the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department. I will purify you. Brown Warren stared at Xiao Ran with a ferocious gaze. A scepter of light appeared in his hand, and he directly attacked Xiao Ran. Be careful. Jilin Fei, who was at the side, saw his attack and immediately prepared to go up to meet it. With just you. However, at this moment, Xiao Ran's cold voice sounded. He extended his hand to stop Jilin Fei. The divine fire above his head slowly rose up, and the aura of an attribute god was emitted from his body. With a wave of the 8 divine fire pagoda in his hand, countless flames from the first level directly burned towards the light in front of him. What? You lit the divine fire. Hiss. Xiao Ran actually lit the divine fire. Could it be that Xiao Ran was the one who lit the divine fire and became a god in Jiang City a few days ago? This is Xiao Ran, the first native to light the divine fire on our earth? The Dragon King doesn't even seem to have lit the divine fire. Everyone revealed shocked expressions as they sensed Xiao Ran's terrifying pressure. Even the gods in the Lingxiao treasure hall had a trace of shock flash across their faces. Back then, when Xiao Ran was in the Lingxiao treasure hall, he was only at the profound void tier. However, in less than a year, he had ignited a divine flame. Just what kind of opportunity did he obtain with this terrifying increase in strength? Kill all the gods in the sky? He. Ba Qi and Emo Sha looked at each other. With a wave of their arms, black clouds gathered in the sky. Drip, drip, drip. In an instant, drops of blood-red rain fell from the sky. Those who provoke the might of the Dragon King, die. Those who provoke the might of the Dragon King, die. Voices came from the mouths of Prime Minister Gu Ai, Ao Jian, and Ao Xingmu. Each of them growled and locked onto a god from the Lingxiao treasured palace and attacked. Kill them. Yuan Kuei saw more than a dozen gods attacking them, and he shouted angrily. Your strength seems to be insufficient. When the leaders of the Dragon Palace attacked the gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace one by one. At the last moment, the 9 flood dragons stood there and scanned their surroundings. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Another 9 dragon roars resounded throughout the world. The 9 flood dragons had completely transformed into over 2,000 meters in size. They were only one step away from fully evolving into wind divine dragons. However, even so, they were now able to fight and even kill a god of divine fire. 9 dragon roars resounded throughout the world. Roar, roar. They let out a wild roar. Countless wind blades covered an area of 500 to 600 kilometers and attacked the back of the Lingxiao treasured palace from all directions. The terrifying attack was completely aimed at destroying the entire Lingxiao treasured palace. Hiss. Damn, all of them are gods. The 22 figures beside Xiao Ran are all gods. Including Xiao Ran, there are a total of 23 figures. My god, are these all the subordinates of the Dragon King? The Dragon King hasn't made a move yet. The subordinate beside him and his 2 daughters are all gods. So, including Goddess Jilin Fei and Xiao Ran, there are a total of 28 godly state experts. When the subordinates of the Dragon King attacked the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace one by one, and when the last 9 flood dragons roared, everyone was shocked. Even the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace could clearly sense that the last few figures didn't ignite the divine fire. But why did they have such terrifying power? They didn't understand. At this moment, Xiao Ran's group of 24 gods was fighting against the 15 gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace. In terms of numbers, they were completely crushed. At this moment, everyone didn't look in the direction of the battlefield. Instead, they all looked at the Dragon King, who was sitting there leisurely drinking tea. 28 gods, a total of 28 gods. Dragon King. Is this going against the heavens? Chapter 1971. 1971 Dragon Palace versus Lingxiao Sacred Hall. Gulp. In the surrounding area, a group of gods who were sitting on chairs stood up with solemn expressions. They swept their eyes over the Dragon King's 20 or so subordinates and took a deep breath. Just now, they had faced the alliance between Lingxiao Sacred Hall and the Sacred Hall, faced the light of the Sacred Hall, and faced the God Ascension list without saying anything. It was because they were afraid of the power of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. A total of 29 gods were not something they could resist. However, the Dragon King's power now had 28 godly state experts. That goddess Ji Lingfei had turned to the Dragon King's side, which represented the Dragon King's 28 gods versus the Lingxiao Holy Church's 28 gods. One Dragon King had the power to resist the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. How could this not shock the gods? The most powerful force on earth was actually the Dragon King. How could they not be shocked? 28 godly state experts. Oh no, how is this possible? When Yuan Kuei saw the Dragon King's over 20 godly state experts wreaking havoc, his expression also changed drastically. Brother Luke Owen, please send reinforcements to the Holy Church. Yuan Kuei hurriedly shouted at Luke Owen. His gaze swept past the three people who were dozens of meters tall, and the Thorn Ao Xingmu and the others who were floating beneath him. A trace of fear appeared on his face. More than 20 gods. It's indeed a little troublesome. Luke Owen heard the Lingxiao treasured palace's plea for help, and when he saw Xiao Ran and the others, his expression was also filled with a grave expression. However, that Dragon King, do you really want to make an enemy out of our Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church? He stared at Wang Xian and questioned him coldly. Facing the more than 20 gods in front of him, he did not show the slightest fear. The Lingxiao treasured palace dared to kill my Wang Xian's disciples. They are destined to be destroyed. If your Holy Church helps them, then let's fight. Wang Xian leaned back on his chair and watched this scene with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, your Dragon King really thinks that we can't kill you all. Yuan Kuei, today, we will completely eliminate them. The light of the Holy Church, the might of Lingxiao, envelopes the entire earth. Today, we will use your Dragon King as an example to let everyone know the consequences of provoking us. Luke Owen laughed loudly, the milky white power of light on his body turning somewhat pale. Countless rays of light illuminated the entire sky. Above his head, wisps of divine fire slowly appeared. The gods of the Holy Church, make your move and destroy them. Luke Owen ordered loudly, wisps of divine fire appearing above his head. Soon, 5 wisps of divine fire appeared. Haha, good. Then let's make an example of the Dragon King today. Anyone who dares to touch the might of our Lingxiao sacred hall will die. Today, I will make all the gods wail in the Lingxiao treasured palace. Yuan Kuei's body also trembled violently. The lightning on his body flashed violently, and the 5 wisps of divine fire above his head flickered slightly. 5 wisps of divine fire. The strongest person in the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall has already ignited 5 wisps of divine fire. The expressions of the gods around the stage changed slightly when they saw the 5 wisps of divine fire above Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen's heads. They were all gods who had just lit their divine fires not too long ago. Even though they had lit 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire when they were alive, and now that they had regained their strength, they were still no match for the gods who had lit 5 wisps of divine fire. Even the Son of Heaven of the true Dragon Order's pupils constricted slightly. If they wanted to have the strength to fight against a god with 5 wisps of divine fire, they would need at least a dozen years, or even hundreds or even thousands of years. If they were unlucky, they might even need tens of thousands of years to recover to such strength. The strongest combat strength of the Dragon King's subordinates are the three plant-type creatures. They are almost able to fight against a god with 4 wisps of divine fire, but they are definitely no match for Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen. The eyes of some gods flickered as they watched. In the divine realm, it was not as difficult as fighting against those below the divine realm. If one had a powerful divine artifact and a powerful divine kingdom, they would also be able to fight against those below the divine realm. However, in the eyes of ordinary gods, only a dozen or so gods with 1 wisp of divine fire working together could defeat 2 gods with 2 wisps of divine fire. Currently, there were 2 gods with 5 wisps of divine fire in the skyscraping treasured palace and the holy church. If the Dragon King's subordinates did not have experts to deal with them, they would probably be finished. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen finished speaking, an area of more than 1,000 kilometers in the sky was completely covered by lightning and light. The terrifying pressure completely caused the entire world to change color. Hiss! This scene is so terrifying. 2 gods with 5 wisps of divine fire. Not good. The Dragon King's top-tier combat strength is probably finished. If the Dragon King doesn't have a god with 5 wisps of divine fire to deal with him, the Dragon King will be finished today. Everyone around, as well as the billions of people who were watching the scene through the satellite, also had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. They were also aware of the huge gap between gods. While they were shocked by the Dragon King's power, they were also shocked by the power of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall. After all, the foundation of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church was placed here. Ka, 2 gods with 5 wisps of divine fire want to destroy us? In that case, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church prepared a wail. Seeing the imposing manner displayed by Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen, the Ao crab, who had been standing beside Wang Xian, slowly flew up into the sky. His body shook and turned into an extremely ferocious crab with 2 pincers and 8 sharp claws. It was covered in dark yellow scales. His body was over 10,000 meters long, and he exuded darkness and ferociousness. At this moment, the Ao crab was like an evil giant beast in the starry sky, directly attacking Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen. What? Didn't this crab only have the strength of 2 wisps of divine fire? Yuan Kuei saw the Ao crab that suddenly appeared, felt the terrifying aura, and his expression changed drastically. Ka. Ao crab let out a strange cry, and earth peaks floated around him out of thin air. Each earth peak was 1,000 meters tall, and its cultivation level had reached 300 to 400 meters. More than a dozen mountain peaks floated in the air. This scene made everyone below look shocked. The Dragon King actually has such a terrifying subordinate. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with shock. Damn it! Luke Owen felt Ao's strength, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He had never thought that his opponent would have the strength to fight against 5 wisps of God. How did the Dragon King have so many powerful subordinates? Let's begin. This is the strongest strength of our Dragon Palace. I would like to see whether your Lingxiao Treasured Palace is stronger or our Dragon Palace is stronger. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw this scene. Anyone who made an enemy of the Dragon Palace would have to pay a heavy price. Chapter 1972 1972 Dragon Palace vs. Lingxiao Holy Church. Dragon Palace. Everyone was in a daze when they heard the name Wang Xian. Was this the name of the Dragon King's faction? The Dragon Palace, which had more than 20 godly state experts? Roar, 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 kill. Ao Qitian held the ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand and let out a furious roar. Then, he smashed it towards the 1,000-meter-long god who was covered by the earthen yellow armor. Boom! An earth-shaking collision occurred, and the shockwaves spread out in all directions. A huge airwave could be seen with the naked eye. Get down! Get down! Below, More than 10 million cultivators below the godly state quickly laid down on the Lingxiao treasured palace. The battle between more than 50 godly state experts was completely destructive. Ah, 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 ah. At this moment, a series of miserable screams sounded in the surroundings. When everyone looked over, their pupils constricted slightly, and their faces were filled with shock. Those 2,000 demon monkeys are terrifying. Their strength is no less than a demigod rank 9. A shocking voice came from a divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. 2,000 members of the Demon War Department fought against 90,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. However, there were only 500 to 600 of these 90,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had reached the demigod rank 9. The rest were all below the demigod rank 9. As the saying went, more ants could kill an elephant. However, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals in the Lingxiao treasured palace were obviously not at the level where more ants could kill an elephant. In just a few minutes, more than 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals died at the hands of the Demon Combat Division. Holy warriors, attack! Luke Owen heard the screams from below. He glanced at them and immediately ordered the 40,000 to 50,000 holy warriors. Holy warriors, an army that was comparable to the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Kill this beast as soon as possible. Yuan Kuei's gaze swept over the terrifying battles in the surroundings as he roared with a solemn expression. Below, Ao Xingmu and the two experts from the Starwood Combat Division brandished countless thorns and swept through the buildings of the Lingxiao treasured palace, smashing them directly towards the gods. Before their arrival, the two forces had only ignited 4 wisps of divine fire. Now that they had arrived on Earth and achieved a breakthrough, they had only ignited the 5th wisp of divine fire. Among the other gods, only 2 had ignited 4 wisps of divine fire. The Dragon King was stronger than them. Now, they could only kill this crab as soon as possible. Otherwise, their Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church might suffer heavy losses. Kill? Luke Owen also realized the severity of the problem. He gripped the divine artifact in his hand tightly. A 1,000-meter-wide ball of lightning and a long spear of light shot toward Ao Crab. Bang! 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 Ao Crab saw their attack and waved his sharp claws. The surrounding 10 or so huge mountains charged toward the long spear and ball of lightning. Boom! A terrifying shockwave rang out in the sky. Their battle had already left the atmosphere. It could be said that their battle had already reached the starry skies. Ka. Ao sure blocked their attack, and with a move, his huge body charged towards Luke Owen. God of Light, praise. Luke Owen held the divine staff in his hand and waved it in front of him. A war god of light with wings condensed from the power of light appeared in the starry sky. The war god of light's body was over 100 kilometers in size. He had enormous wings and held the scepter of light in his hand as he attacked Ao Crab. Star Judgment. Yuan Kuei held the lightning judgment staff in his hand. Bolts of lightning covered the void, and the bolts of lightning seemed to tear the entire starry sky apart. The bolts of lightning fused together and became several thousand meters thick, striking at Ao Crab. Crack, crack, crack. Ao Crab raised 2 pincers that were several thousand meters in size. They emitted an earthy yellow glow, and amidst the earthy yellow, there were many black spots. It looked somewhat terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Ao Crab used his physical body to meet their attacks. Crackle, crackle. The 1,000-meter thick lightning bolt was broken by his pincers. The 100-kilometer-long light warrior's arms were torn apart by his claws. Ao Crab was like a space beast. His body contained a terrifying and heavy aura as he continued to attack Luke Owen and Yuan Kuei. What? Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen's pupils constricted slightly when they saw Ao Crab easily break their attack. Shock appeared on their faces. Ka. Rumble. At this moment, an extremely powerful Earth attribute energy shot out from Ao Crab's body. Earth walls appeared out of thin air in the surrounding void. The incomparably thick earth walls completely enveloped Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen. The coverage area reached nearly 200 kilometers. Ao Crab's figure flashed and appeared on the earth walls behind them. Oh no! Luke Owen and Yuan Kuei's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged to the side. The god of light and the bolts of lightning were heading towards Ao Crab. Boom, 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 boom. Ao Crab's two pincers were raised high. The surrounding earthen yellow energy actually completely covered the god of light and the bolts of lightning that were 100 kilometers away. Boom! He waved his pincers, and the lightning and light warlord that were wrapped in soil directly smashed towards Luke Owen and Yuan Kuei. How is this possible? At this moment, the expressions of the two people finally changed drastically. Each of their attacks could be easily blocked and resolved by the other party, which caused their hearts to be extremely shocked. This crab's strength was much stronger than theirs. Dodge, dodge. The two people's expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom, boom. However, the light war god that was over 100 kilometers covered and the incomparably terrifying bolts of lightning smashed down on the Lingxiao treasured palace below. When the terrifying attack landed on the Lingxiao treasured palace, a loud bang sounded out. The entire Lingxiao treasured palace began to tremble violently, and an incomparably large crack appeared directly. Oh my god, what a terrifying battle! A whole dozens of kilometers wide was punched out of the Lingxiao palace. Hiss, this is complete destruction. That Dragon King's subordinate is so powerful. He could completely suppress the strongest person in the Lingxiao palace and the Holy Church alone. He covered an area of hundreds of kilometers in one move. If this was a battle on Earth, the entire Earth would be destroyed, right? This attack can be compared to a nuclear bomb, right? This is simply too terrifying. The Lingxiao treasured palace has actually been destroyed. One after another, shocking sounds rang out from the Lingxiao treasured palace. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace watched this scene in shock. They had never thought that there would actually be a day where someone would be able to attack their Lingxiao treasured palace. Moreover, they had broken through such a huge crack in the Lingxiao palace. No, no. At this moment, a god's scream came from the sky. Chapter 1973. 1973 Dragon Palace vs. Lingxiao Sacred Hall. No. In the sky above Lingxiao Sacred Hall, a middle-aged immortal god looked at his body in despair. At this moment, his head was completely separated from his body. His head was covered by the dark energy, and his body was covered by the light energy. One light and one dark, looking extremely strange. His face was filled with despair, and his life force was quickly disappearing. In the sky above him, Ao Yao, who was half dark and half light, stared coldly at the falling figure, his eyes filled with a cold luster. Slowly, Ao Yao's figure disappeared, as if he had never come to this world. Bang! Bang! His head and body landed on the top of the Lingxiao treasured palace, as if they had hit everyone's heart. It's Miao Shun. Miao Shun has actually fallen. Gulp. Miao Shun seems to have ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. I didn't expect him to actually die. Around the Lingxiao palace, all the disciples looked at the falling bodies with shock on their faces. Their faces were filled with shock. Woo woo woo. Walala. The entire sky let out a mournful cry because of the fall of a god, and drops of rain fell from the sky. The torrential rain suddenly covered an area of over 10,000 kilometers. The first god had fallen. The first god of the Lingxiao treasured palace has fallen. That subordinate of the Dragon King is so terrifying. He's always hidden in the void and can't be seen at all. He can deliver a fatal blow at any time. Those 3 plant-type god creatures are even more terrifying. Those thorns easily cut off the arms of the 4 wisps of the divine fire god. It's too terrifying. Under such circumstances, the Dragon King and his 2 daughters haven't made a move yet. If they did, the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall wouldn't be their match at all. The death of a Lingxiao treasured palace god shocked everyone. Whether it was the people watching through the satellite or the people in the Lingxiao treasured palace, they all widened their eyes. No one had expected that under the joint efforts of the Templar Hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace, the Dragon King's subordinates could still contend with them and even kill a god from the Lingxiao treasured palace. This was even when the three gods on the Dragon King's side had not made a move. If they did, boom, 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 boom. When the gods from the Templar Hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace saw that their companions had died, their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook, and huge god kingdoms appeared in their god kingdoms. Vast god kingdoms stood in the void, and in an instant, there were more than 20 god kingdoms. This scene was extremely shocking. In the Lingxiao treasured palace, everyone was kneeling on the ground under the pressure of the god kingdoms. The terrifying pressure made them unable to stand up. Are we going to be serious? Hee hee, hee hee hee. The godly state experts of the Dragon Palace revealed a ghastly expression when they saw this scene. Their bodies also trembled as dragon acupuncture points appeared behind them. There were 28 gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall, and 12 of them had only lit a wisp of divine fire. As for the Dragon Palace, apart from the 9 flood dragons, the rest could fight against 2 wisps of divine fire gods. In terms of overall strength, the Dragon Palace completely suppressed the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall. The battle only lasted for 5 minutes before the gods of the sacred hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace realized the power of the Dragon Palace. However, it was already too late. Roar, roar, roar. At the side of the Lingxiao treasured palace, more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and holy warriors were besieging the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department. Furious roars came from the center, and bodies were sent flying from time to time. Some unlucky people were hit by these bodies and died immediately. However, the addition of 40,000 to 50,000 holy warriors still put a lot of pressure on the 2,000 members of the Demon War Department. 2,000 heavenly generals against the strongest legion of the Lingxiao treasured palace, plus 50,000 holy warriors, hiss. Not only are the godly state experts of the Dragon Palace powerful, but also the 2,000 terrifying demon monkeys. Just now, the 2 forces joined forces and wanted to suppress all the gods. I didn't expect that the Dragon King's subordinates could suppress the 2 forces. Some people looked at the battle in the Lingxiao treasured palace and gasped. Hidden strength, godly state experts, an all-round suppression. Brother Daddy, why do you have so many powerful subordinates? Huarkire looked at the battle in the sky and the surroundings. She was also looking at Wang Xian in shock. Her small face was filled with astonishment. Your father is your father. Your father is very powerful. Wang Xian said with a smile. In the current situation, with the top-notch combat strength, the Dragon Palace had completely suppressed the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. The Dragon Palace would not lose this battle. Little girl, lend me your star grass. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the star grass on Huarkire's head. Then, he waved it toward the heavenly troops and heavenly generals and the holy warriors. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 star grass trembled slightly. Buzz. A green ray of light streaked across all the members of the heavenly troops and heavenly generals and the holy warriors. The 2 star grass could kill a god with 2 wisps of divine fire by surprise. Against more than 100,000 demigod powerhouses, it was an instant kill. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield above the Lingxiao treasured palace seemed to have fallen silent. The shrill shouts of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, as well as the furious roars of the holy warriors, had completely disappeared. The dead silence caused everyone to be slightly shocked. Pa pa pa. Following that, a scene that shocked everyone in the world appeared. All the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, as well as all the holy warriors, fell to the ground one by one. Some of them widened their eyes and were full of anger. Some of them opened their mouths and roared angrily. Some of them were full of fighting spirit, and some of them had fear in their eyes. All kinds of expressions were frozen on their faces, maintaining their expressions before they died. When the members of the Demon War Department saw that all their opponents had been killed, they also let out a slight sigh of relief and looked respectfully at the Dragon King. Hiss, this, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, holy warriors. Gasps of cold air sounded from the surroundings. Everyone looked at the hundreds of thousands of demigod powerhouses who had fallen in shock and felt their scalps go numb. This was the strongest army of the two major forces. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, a holy warrior army of the Templars. But now, they had all been killed in an instant. These hundreds of thousands of soldiers, who could easily wipe out Earth, were all killed. Damn it, Dragon King. You deserve to die. Dragon King, the Templar Hall will not rest until you die. Kill us, our 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, in the Dragon Palace. You will be destroyed. In the sky, when the immortals and gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall noticed the situation below, their bodies trembled and they roared with blood-red eyes. This was the strongest army of their two major forces. Chapter 1974. 1974. The gods of 1974 had fallen, and Ling Xiao had shattered. Now, it was your turn. When the gods of the Ling Xiao Palace and the Holy Church heard this, their hearts trembled. They raised their heads to look at the higher star field. Over there, that incomparably terrifying crab was actually completely suppressing the two gods, Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen. This was their strongest god, igniting 5 wisps of divine fire. Such a terrifying existence, even if placed in the boundless star field, would be able to control 5 or 6 planets. Now, it was actually completely suppressed. Die for me. You have just ignited the divine fire. I, Brown Warren, don't believe that I can't kill you. An incomparably furious voice sounded. Tens of thousands of meters above the soaring heavens palace, Brown Warren held the scepter of light in his hand. Behind him was a majestic divine kingdom of light. With a wave of his arm, countless spears of light shot towards Xiao Ran. HMPH, even if I just lit the divine fire, you are still not my match. Xiao Ran stared coldly at Brown Warren. With the divine weapon in his hand, the divine kingdom that he lifted was the divine kingdom of the 3 wisps of divine fire god. In addition to his origin constitution, with Xiao Ran's current strength, he could almost fight against someone of a higher level. Even though he had just ignited the divine fire, he was still filled with confidence when facing Brown Warren. Xiao Ran, be careful. Ji Lingfei's worried voice came from the side. Don't worry. The first level of the 8 divine fire pagoda, one true flame, burning the sky. He raised his arm, and the 8 divine fire pagoda in his hand rose up. In an instant, the 8 divine fire pagoda grew to over 10,000 meters in size. At the first level, terrifying flames gushed out. The flames were blue in color and looked extremely demonic. BZZZ. Rays of light energy were ignited, and the blue flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth attacked Brown Warren. Protection of the god of light? Brown Warren growled, his eyes flashing with anger. Don't think that just because you have a divine artifact, I will fear you. However, at this moment, a piercing sound was heard. It's just a god of divine fire. Following that, a voice sounded beside his ear, causing him to open his mouth slightly. Cough, cough, cough. He realized that he was actually unable to speak. Brown Warren slowly lowered his head and looked down. To his horror, he discovered that his body was actually falling downwards. I am not resigned. He seemed to have used all his strength to utter these few words, and instantly felt his vision go black. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He had originally thought that he would have a showdown with Brown Warren and let him know that he was Princess Jiling's man. In the end, the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked in the direction of Princess Jiling and immediately went to support her. It was just a god with a wisp of divine fire. Just now, he dared to shout at his master, but his master's subordinates could easily kill him. Boom! A second god fell. The wailing of heaven and earth sounded. Everyone watched in shock. The second god who died was a god of the sacred hall. He was still assassinated by that terrifying figure. In this big battle, especially in the battle where the Dragon Palace occupied the top, Ao Yao's assassination was unusually easy. Kill, kill, kill. The faces of the other gods of the skyscraping treasured palace and the sacred hall changed drastically as they roared furiously. In an instant, an area of several thousand kilometers was covered by a terrifying energy. The sky and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone in the world raised their heads to look at the sky. This scene was as if they had seen the stars in the universe explode, and it was terrifying and shocking. No, save me, save me. 10 minutes later, a mournful, earth-shattering sound rang out in the sky. Everyone's faces were shocked once again. They opened their mouths slightly, their eyes filled with fear. Is it the god of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Or is it a god who ignited 3 wisps of divine fire? On the Lingxiao treasured palace, more than 10 gods were standing there, looking at the battle in the sky. Seeing the third god fall, their eyebrows twitched violently. Even though they had experienced more terrifying battles than this, the deaths of these gods still made their hearts palpitate. Lord Yuan Kuei, save us, save us. In less than 5 minutes, another terrified voice sounded. Seeing that figure, everyone took a deep breath. The only god in the Lingxiao treasured palace who had lit up the 4 wisps of divine fire was shining with an intense power of lightning. His entire body was entangled by thorns, and a terrifying scene appeared in the sky above him. The thorns seemed to fall from the sky, and there were at least hundreds of millions of them. In the middle of the thorns was an enormous lightning fortress, but at this moment, the fortress was completely covered by thorns. At this moment, the 4 wisps of divine fire looked abnormally weak and helpless. Kill. Ao Xingmu and another Starwood War Department warrior surrounded that god. They roared lightly, and one by one, they pierced through the body of the god in the soaring heavens treasure palace. Lord Yuan Kuei, save me. A weak and panicked voice sounded, and his life force slowly disappeared. The 4th god had fallen. No. Yuan Kuei, who was at least 100,000 meters away from the soaring heavens treasure palace, let out an angry roar when he saw this scene. Oh no, we are not their opponent. Luke Owen saw that 4 gods had already fallen on their side, and a hint of panic flashed through his eyes. For gods had already fallen, and more of their gods would fall in the future. In less than an hour, their 2 major factions would be completely finished. This caused a hint of panic to appear in his eyes. Explode. Lightning pool. Yuan Kuei's face was blood-red as he stared at Ao Crab in front of him. He waved his arm. In front of him, there was a lightning pool that was about 20 kilometers long, and a lightning ruler that was tens of thousands of meters tall. There were also 3 or 4 earth elemental shields. These were all divine weapons that he had obtained from the ancient lands of the Divine Kingdom. If it weren't for these divine weapons, the 2 of them wouldn't be Ao Xie's match at all. In fact, if it weren't for these divine weapons, they might have died. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire earth trembled slightly. In the starry sky, lightning covered the entire starry sky, and dazzling lightning flashed on earth. The divine artifact exploded. Yuan Kuei's blood-red gaze stared fixedly at the center. Ka ka ka. However, at this moment, that special sound rang out, causing Yuan Kuei and Luke Owen's expressions to change drastically, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. A god with 5 wisps of divine fire was definitely not this terrifying. This terrifying crab possessed the strength of a god with 6 wisps of divine fire. Flee! 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 We aren't their match. Luke Owen immediately roared loudly. At this moment, his fighting spirit had completely vanished. Chapter 1975. 1975. The gods of 1975 had fallen, and Ling Xiao was in pieces. Run, run, run. We're not their match." A panicked and frightened voice came out of Luke Owen's mouth. When he saw that even the self-destruction of the divine artifact was not able to injure the crab, he was already certain that they were definitely not the crab's match. If they continued to fight, the ones who would fall would be them. Ka. If you want to escape, can you? A.O. Crab stared coldly at Luke Owen. He moved his 8 claws and attacked them as if he was crossing the void. Around him, earth elemental energy continuously emerged from his body. In the sky, numerous incomparably huge earth mountains gathered. Earth mountains smashed directly at them. It was as if they had encountered a group of meteorites in the starry sky. They directly smashed towards Luke Owen and Yuan Kue. How could this be? How could this be? Even the self-destruction of the divine artifact wasn't able to injure them. When Yuan Kue saw this scene, his expression was also extremely aghast. When he saw the earth mountains smashing towards him and heard Luke Owen's voice, his expression was extremely unsightly. Escape? This was the territory of the soaring heavens' treasured palace. Where could they escape to? What? However, at this moment, when the gods of the soaring heavens' treasured palace and the holy temple heard Luke Owen's words, their expressions changed drastically. Go. Return to the holy temple. Return to the holy temple. When the gods of the holy temple heard these words, their expressions changed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately roared loudly. For gods had fallen, and all the holy warriors had died. They were completely no match for the other side. If the strongest expert of the Holy Church couldn't defeat that terrifying crab, then they had no hope of winning. If they continued fighting, only death awaited them. Now that they heard Luke Owen's terrified voice, they didn't hesitate at all. Run. Run away from here. Kiki, run. Do you think it's that easy to escape? Die. Roar. Stop them. Don't let any of them escape. When Prime Minister Takagi and the rest saw that the other party actually wanted to escape, they instantly unleashed all of their strength. Do you think you can fight us if you want to and run away if you want to? When Wang Xian saw that they actually wanted to escape, a sneer appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed 2 star grass and attacked the 2 gods with a wisp of divine fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 star grass flickered slightly. The 2 gods of the Holy Hall, who were in a panic, were instantly penetrated. HMPH, aren't the 2 of you invincible? Why are you trying to escape now? Hua Air and Kyer snorted coldly. With a move, they flew into the sky. Forest canopy. The 2 girls shouted at the same time. The kingdom of God appeared behind them, and a sky that was covered with thorns descended from hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky. It was as if the entire sky was covered by a curtain. Come down. Prime Minister Gue's body trembled, and the turtle shell behind him grew bigger instantly. He charged towards the group of gods. 5 elements millstone. At the bottom, Wang Xian opened his mouth. The 5 elements millstone spun and turned into a radius of 70 to 80 kilometers. The 5 elements millstone, which had absorbed a few divine artifacts, was now sufficient to suppress 3 wisps of divine fire. 5 elements restraint. He shouted softly. The strongest restraint of the 5 elements millstone was heading towards the gods. In an instant, just as the gods of the Holy Church were about to escape, powerful binding forces attacked them. Die. The blood sea is boiling. The blood sea is boiling. The 8-limbed devil, Sha, also shouted, and a force filled with blood and corrosion spread toward the gods in front of him. Heaven and earth are merciless. The sword of heaven and earth. Ao Jin shouted softly, and his cold and merciless voice entered everyone's mind. Using dragons as arrows, 9 dragons killing the heavens. Mao Zedong drew the bowstring fully, and behind him, the wind attribute condensed into an incomparably huge figure. The figure drew the bow and shot the arrows. Roar. The 9 flood dragons roared, and directly came to the arrows. Boom. Streams of wind attribute energy contained the 9 flood dragons. Wang, the heavens and earth shook, and the 9 flood dragons acted as arrows, directly attacking the 9 gods. Lightning water, lightning spear. Aochi waved the lightning hammer and lightning spear in his hand, and the lightning hammer and lightning spear clashed violently in the air, and a bolt of lightning seemed to pass through the starry sky. Go use chain pupils, kill. Aochi Tian roared wildly, and as his 3 pupils reached out, chains appeared out of thin air, attacking the gods one by one. Dragon Cave Devouring God. Ao Crab's body shook again when he saw this scene. Terrifying dragon caves appeared in the starry sky behind him. The dragon cave had a terrifying suction force, like a black hole. Thousands of dragon cave black holes, each thousands of meters in size, attacked downwards. Terrifying attacks came one after another. At this moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace unleashed their strongest attacks. Defend, don't run, defend. A god who had lit 3 wisps of divine fire was shocked by these terrifying attacks, and he quickly shouted, Light protection, divine wings protection. Divine kingdom, defend. Pillar of heaven, stand. The wings of the god of light, which were dozens of kilometers in size, blocked the attacks, and the divine kingdoms stood in front of them. The massive pillars faced the attacks one by one. However, before the attacks could even begin, screams of pain could be heard. Ao Yao, who was hiding in the void, once again delivered a fatal blow. The next moment, screams of pain could be heard again. The 9 flood dragons were arrows, and they unleashed an attack that could threaten 3 wisps of the divine fire god. When the 9 dragon arrows arrived, 6 screams sounded. 3 of the 2 godly fire gods tried their best to dodge the fatal attacks of the dragons. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the explosions of energy collisions sounded, and the Lingxiao Palace trembled violently in the aftermath. On top of the palace, cultivators at the insightful void tier spat out blood and lay on the ground. The screams were endless. Wong 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 wong. The sky was shaking, and the screams were endless. The world was shaking, and suddenly, blood-red rain fell from the sky. No, no. Seeing the horrifying attacks falling on them, some gods shouted in fear when they saw the godly state experts of the Dragon Palace attacking them again. Crack, crack, crack. However, what made the entire world feel even more terrified was that for the first time, the terrifying crab in the sky released a mountain of rubble that smashed into the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace, which had a circumference of several thousand kilometers, began to slowly crack open, and the buildings on top began to smash downwards. The gods fell, and the Lingxiao shattered. Chapter 1976. 1976. The gods of 1976 had fallen, and Ling Xiao had shattered. Rumble. Ling Xiao's treasured palace slowly cracked open, and large pieces of buildings fell towards the ground below. Ling Xiao had begun to shatter. Pooh! In the starry sky above Ling Xiao's treasured palace, Yuan Kuei saw the gods of Ling Xiao's treasured palace fall one by one. Seeing Ling Xiao shatter, his mind was in a daze, and he was struck directly by a huge mountain of earth. The force that was like a meteorite impact made him spit out blood. Dragon King, if you dare to kill us and destroy the Ling Xiao treasure palace, Earth will lose its momentum and will not be able to reach the boundless galaxy. It will be lost in the starry sky. Yuan Kuei stared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes and roared angrily. Oh! When Wang Xian heard his words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not ask the members of the Dragon Palace to stop their attacks. Even if Earth did not head to the boundless galaxy and stayed in the original Milky Way galaxy, there would not be any problems. After all, the Earth in the past was a living planet that was isolated for a few thousand light years. I'm afraid that the gods did not have good intentions when they moved Earth to the boundless galaxy. Prime Minister Turtle controlled the huge turtle shell and smashed it at the gods one by one as he said coldly, damn it, you damn beasts. Luke Owen roared miserably. He had never expected that the alliance with the Lingxiao Palace would end like this. According to their own forces, they could suppress all the gods on earth without any problem. Even when the Dragon King revealed more than 20 godly state experts, the Sacred Hall and the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were not too afraid. This was because there was also a big gap between godly state experts. The two forces each had a god who ignited 5 wisps of divine fire, so it should be easy for them to destroy the Dragon King's forces. However, they never expected that the Dragon King had an existence that was even stronger than them. Now, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall were finished. They were completely finished. Luke Owen and Yuan Kuei's expressions were extremely ferocious as they watched the gods scream. Quickly enter the Pantheon of Gods. The Pantheon of Gods is protected by an array formation. Yuan Kuei's gaze swept through the surroundings. In just a short while, 10 gods had fallen from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. These were 10 gods. Quick, quick, enter the Temple of All Gods. The gods from the Temple of Lingxiao flew crazily toward the Temple of All Gods in the center. Run back to the sanctuary. The sanctuary can block their attacks. Luke Owen also roared crazily and fled toward the west with a ferocious expression. Crack, 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 fall. AO Crab completely locked onto Luke Owen and Yuan Kuei. It moved its huge body and 2 huge pincers directly attacked them. Block it for me. There were 3 divine artifacts floating around Yuan Kuei, and one of the shield divine artifacts directly blocked the AO Crab. Holy light binding. Luke Owen roared, and beams of holy light descended from the sky, directly wrapping around the AO Crab. Pong! The shield divine artifact was sent flying, and the holy light binding was directly broken. A huge claw attacked Luke Owen. In front of that huge claw, Luke Owen felt as though he was an ant. Pooh! An extremely terrifying power landed on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. He immediately spat out a drop of God's blood that was emitting divine light. The God's blood streaked out a ray of light and flew towards the west at a terrifying speed. Pong! His body and his divine kingdom directly fell towards the ground below. No, no, Lord Luke Owen. A fierce roar came from the surroundings. Everyone looked at Luke Owen's body that was falling towards the ground. The faces of the remaining 5 gods of the sanctuary sank as they roared in despair. Run, run, run. As long as we enter the array, we have a chance to survive. I can't die here, I can't. Yuan Kuei's blood burned when he saw this scene. Waves of terrifying divine light enveloped his entire body. His entire body was like blood-red lightning as he instantly entered the Pantheon of Gods in the middle of the skyscraping treasured palace. Buzz! In an instant, a powerful divine light bloomed from the Pantheon of Gods. Come in quickly. Yuan Kuei shouted at the figures outside. Run! Go in! Go in! Desperate cries rang out one after another. Looking at the last glimmer of hope, the 7 to 8 godly state experts outside were flying in this direction with all their might. A god was severely injured. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of divine blood. The divine blood emitted a divine glow as it flew towards the Pantheon of Gods. AO Crab, attack the Pantheon of Gods. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw Yuan Kuei escaping into the Pantheon of Gods. He looked at the rising array formation. There were 7 to 8 strong godly state experts who were trying their best to escape. They were even willing to sacrifice a drop of their divine blood to escape. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for the members of the Dragon Palace to completely hold them back. He immediately gave an order to AO He. It's the Dragon King. AO He raised his gigantic pincers and attacked the Pantheon of Gods below. Boom! A terrifying force landed on the formation. Ripples appeared on the Pantheon of Gods, which was covered by the formation. Crack! 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 However, the buildings around the Pantheon of Gods seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying force. The surrounding area cracked rapidly. The entire Pantheon of Gods broke away from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and landed on the ground below. What a powerful battle tactic! Wang Xian was surprised when he saw that the array formation on top could actually withstand AO Crab's attack. Sir Yuan Kuei, run. Let's run quickly to the Saint Hall. However, at this moment, in the Hall of the Gods, which was covered by the array formation, a god from the Saint Hall immediately shouted loudly. To the Saint Hall? Yuan Kuei didn't hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the array formation and flew toward the west with the Pantheon Temple. If they didn't escape and were surrounded by the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, even if they hid inside the array formation, they would only be waiting for death. As long as the other party guarded around the Pantheon Temple, they would be killed one day. Buzz. The entire Pantheon Hall emitted a powerful divine glow as it flew towards the west. Behind them, Ao Crab had attacked more than a dozen times, but failed to break the formation. The entire Pantheon Hall flew towards the direction of the Holy Church with 8 gods on its back. Among the 8 gods, 3 of them had only managed to escape with a drop of divine blood. There's no need to chase after them. Wang Xian saw this scene and said calmly to Ao Crab. The gods that had escaped were already useless. The Dragon Palace had obtained so many opportunities this time. It would be an easy task to kill them in the future. Everyone in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the entire world could not help but tremble when they saw this scene. There were 28 gods in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. Only 5 of them had truly escaped. The rest only had 1 drop of God's blood left. Chapter 1977. 1977 shocked the world. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, in the Pantheon of Gods, which had completely left the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, quickly flew toward the Holy Church. At this moment, in the Pantheon of Gods, Yuan Kuei, the 3 gods of the Holy Church, and the 2 gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace panted as they looked toward the rear. When they saw that the Dragon King didn't chase after them, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. One of the gods even collapsed on the ground, cold sweat slowly flowing down his face. Fortunately, the Dragon King's subordinates did not chase after us. Otherwise, we would have been finished. Dead. Nearly 20 gods were completely annihilated. Even Lord Luke Owen only managed to escape with a drop of divine blood. The few gods of the Holy Church spoke in a low voice with an extremely ugly expression. Their faces were somewhat dazed. It's all your Lingxiao Treasured Palace's fault. If you had not provoked them, our Holy Church would not have fallen to such a state. A middle-aged god glared angrily at Yuan Kuei and the others. Shut up. One of Yuan Kuei's arms had been cut off, and he was recovering quickly. Hearing their words, he shouted with a gloomy face. Things have already come to this. Let's think about what's going to happen next. After shouting, he closed his eyes slightly. Now is not the time to quarrel. 2 gods of our sanctuary did not come this time. The array formation in the sanctuary is enough to resist the Dragon King's attack, but next. Don't tell me we have to hide in the array formation for 4 years? Moreover, now that the soaring heavens treasured palace has been destroyed, Earth will lose the motivation to go to the boundless star field. Forget about 4 years. Even 40 or 400 years won't be enough to reach our boundless star field. A god from the Holy Church stood there and said with a solemn face, Go back to your Holy Church and save Brother Luke Owen. We'll talk about it later. Yuan Kuei said helplessly in his heart. He had never expected that the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church would be defeated so thoroughly this time. Utterly defeated. Furthermore, now that Earth had lost the motivation of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, it would be stuck in this void. They would be completely finished. Wait a minute, don't speak. Yuan Kuei took a deep breath and waved his arm. A mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror trembled slightly. He knelt in front of the mirror and an old man's figure slowly appeared. What's the matter? A voice filled with dignity sounded, causing Yuan Kuei to lower his head unconsciously. Master, it's my fault for being incompetent. Our Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church were completely defeated by a force from Earth. Now, only 3 godly state experts have escaped safely. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace has also been destroyed. Yuan Kuei said in a low voice. Huh. There was a hint of surprise and coldness in his dignified voice. A terrifying pressure shot out from his eyes. The old man glanced at the people around him through the mirror, his eyes flashing with anger. I'll go find the people of the Holy Church. You guys work together and wait for the order. After the old man finished speaking, his figure completely disappeared. Dragon King, Dragon King. Yuan Kuei clenched his fists when he saw his master's figure disappear. A bloodthirsty look appeared on his face as he growled. If it weren't for the Dragon King, the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall would have joined forces to rule the world and control the entire earth. Everything was the Dragon King. At the same time, everyone in the Lingxiao treasured palace looked up in shock. In the starry sky above, there was a divine kingdom floating in the sky. On the Lingxiao treasured palace, there was also a divine kingdom crashing directly onto it. The corpses of the gods and drops of blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the entire Lingxiao treasured palace within a radius of several thousand kilometers was deathly silent. Seeing the end of the war, some people who were lying on the ground crawled up in fear. Rumble. In the sky sacrifice, the blood rain caused thunder and lightning. Lightning flashed and illuminated the current Lingxiao treasured palace. It was dilapidated, completely dilapidated. The array formation and divine light on it had completely disappeared. The extremely eye-catching God Ascension board in the sky had completely cracked and collapsed. One could vaguely see the two words Dragon King on it, which looked unusually ironic. The disciples who had come with the gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace were now full of panic and fear. The gods had died, and the gods had fled. Would the Dragon King kill them all next? Everyone was panicking. Sweep through all the corpses, the divine kingdom, and the Lingxiao treasured palace. Prime Minister Gui's voice sounded. The experts of the Dragon Palace moved and gathered all the treasures in the skyscraping treasured palace. Dragon King. Soon, the members of the Dragon Palace flew over with smiles on their faces. This time, there were 23 corpses of the gods and the divine kingdom left here. Absorbing these resources would greatly increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. Master! Master! Xiao Ran and Ji Lingfei flew over with smiles on their faces. Their faces were filled with respect. This was especially so for Ji Lingfei. She had never expected Xiao Ran's master to be so terrifying. He had almost destroyed the Holy Church and the Lingxiao treasured palace. This battle was destined to shake the world. Okay. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and revealed a faint smile. He turned around slowly and looked at the dozens of gods around him. These gods were all gods who had fallen before. When they saw Wang Xian's gaze, their hearts skipped a beat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few of the gods were obviously prepared. Their figures disappeared in an instant. The few true dragon sons of heaven also disappeared in an instant. They had made preparations in advance. Even if Wang Xian and the rest wanted to keep them, they wouldn't be able to do so. Cough, cough. We pay our respects to the Dragon King. The Dragon King is mighty. The young master of the celestial race who lit the divine fire didn't leave. When he saw Wang Xian's gaze, he smiled and cupped his hands. It wasn't his first time dealing with the Dragon King. If the Dragon King wanted to kill him, he would have been finished long ago. Therefore, he mustered his courage and did not run away. Obviously, if he could befriend the Dragon King now, he would not have to worry about anything on Earth in the future. Greetings, Dragon King. At the side, there was still one god who did not run away. He bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian looked at the two gods who stayed behind and nodded with a faint smile. Of the two gods who had lit the divine fire not long ago, one was rather familiar with them. Wang Xian did not intend to make a move against them. As long as he did not provoke them, he would not kill one god after another for no reason. Even if he killed them, he would be able to promote the members of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Greetings, Dragon King. At this moment, the elites and powerhouses from the major forces of Earth immediately knelt on the ground behind the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace and greeted loudly. Greetings, Dragon King. When the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. Chapter 1978. 1978 King 1978. Greetings to the Dragon King. At this moment, these four words resounded throughout the sky above the Lingxiao treasured palace. When everyone in the world saw this scene through the satellite, they were extremely shocked. All the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace and all the elites of Earth knelt there at this moment and shouted these four words loudly. Everyone understood in their hearts that the Real King had appeared. He was the Dragon King. In this dilapidated and desolate Lingxiao treasured palace, another new king had appeared in the sky. The blood rain continued to fall from the sky. The thunder seemed to be calling for the birth of a king. Wang Xian stood there and looked at the tens of millions of people kneeling in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. He looked at the front of the Lingxiao treasured palace. There, a figure felt the Dragon King's gaze. His body began to tremble and a large amount of sweat instantly formed on his back. Buzz. A terrifying energy landed on his body out of thin air. The former number 1 divine, son of the Lingxiao treasured palace, followed the gods in the sky and dissipated. The people around the number 1 divine, son of the Lingxiao treasured palace, felt this scene and their faces were filled with fear. Their bodies were trembling violently. They raised their heads and looked ahead. Get up. Wang Xian waved his arm indifferently. An extremely powerful force made them stand up immediately. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at his subordinates and spoke to them. Then, he flew straight down. Hee, let's go. Emo Sha smiled sinisterly and followed behind him. They flew toward the location of Jiang City. Xiao Ran and the others followed behind, flying downwards. Behind them, in the Lingxiao Palace, everyone watched this scene in awe, until the Dragon King and the others completely disappeared from sight. Who? Next, this world is once again enveloped by the Dragon King. The gods are dead, and those who flee are fleeing. The lofty Lingxiao Palace is completely destroyed, and blood rain falls from the sky. A new king is born. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the world? The Dragon King is clearly a native of Earth. How can he fight against the gods who have lived for tens of thousands of years? More than 10 years ago, the Dragon King's might enveloped the entire world. The world revered the Dragon King, and now, it's still the same. When the Dragon King's figure completely disappeared, some people muttered. Everything that happened today shocked them. All the gods in the sky, more than 20 of them, were all killed. The heavens and earth mourned, and the gods died. However, not a single one of the Dragon King's subordinates died. The invincible 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were all killed. The 40,000 to 50,000 warriors of the Holy Warrior Army were all killed. The day of the alliance between the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church became the day that they fell from the altar. Although some gods had escaped, it was difficult to fight against the current Dragon King. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace were in a daze. Back then, they were high and mighty because of the background of the Lingxiao treasured palace, but now, Xiao Ran is the real crown prince. No, Xiao Ran has already become a god, and he has a divine weapon in his hand. Some of the divine sons and disciples in the Lingxiao treasured palace had bitter expressions on their faces. In the past, Xiao Ran was just an ordinary disciple who was not even ranked in the Lingxiao treasured palace. However, the Dragon King's return not long ago had greatly increased his strength. Even so, he was only about the same as them. In fact, they still did not put Xiao Ran in their eyes. After all, there was a huge gap between the Dragon King and the Lingxiao treasured palace. But now, Xiao Ran had lit the divine fire and held the divine weapon in his hand. The Dragon King's might shook the world. At this moment, the internet was even more explosive. The entire world was talking about this battle. Everyone was talking about the Dragon King. Even the gods were frowning as they looked at the messages in deep thought. The Dragon King had single-handedly destroyed the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. His strength was even more terrifying. Next, they had to think about how to face the Dragon King. Wow, there are so many treasures. Wang Xian didn't pay any attention to the commotion outside. On top of the villa, Hua Er and Kair were looking at the treasures one by one with glowing eyes. There were a total of 8 divine artifacts that were extremely precious to gods. There were all kinds of elixirs and spiritual herbs. There were countless of them. There were even 7 to 8 spiritual herbs of the godly state. This made the 2 little girls look excited. Take whatever you like. Wang Xian patted the 2 little girls' heads and said with a smile, Daddy is the best. I want this spiritual herb. I want one too. I want this. The 2 little girls were picking and picking with smiles on their faces. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled at the side. Sensing the huge changes in the Dragon Palace, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, the biggest reward from killing the gods was not the elixirs, herbs, and divine artifacts, but the divine kingdoms and corpses. Among the 22 corpses of the gods, the highest was Luke Owen's corpse. Although he escaped with a drop of divine blood, most of the energy was still in his body. One of the corpses that ignited 5 wisps of divine fire, one of the 4 wisps of divine fire, and 3 of the 3 wisps of divine fire. The rest were gods who had ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. These corpses could increase the number of god-level experts in the Dragon Palace by at least a dozen. Apart from these, there were 3 fire-type gods, 2 thunder-type gods, 2 metal-type gods, and 2 darkness-type gods among them. The members of the Demon War Division, along with the fire-type and thunder-type divinities, could turn into a berserk dragon. Aochi and the other members of the Thunder Department, along with their darkness and fire godheads, could turn into wild dragons. The Fire Hammer clan could turn into the strongest forged dragon of the Dragon Palace, the Fire Gold Dragon. The strange demon could turn into a thorn dragon with its darkness godhead. These improvements were a huge change for a member of the Dragon Palace. Just like the most ordinary Fire Hammer clan, if they were converted into Fire Gold Dragon seeds and given godly level materials, they would be able to forge a divine weapon. Aochi's advancement to the Berserk Dragon Seed would be the same as Ao Qitian and Ao Xingmu. He would be able to fight across 3 levels. Once the members of the Dragon Palace used up all these resources, they would receive a huge improvement. Apart from these corpses, the Divine Kingdoms would also be a huge improvement for the Dragon Palace and Ao Crab. At this moment, Wang Xian could already feel that the Dragon Palace was undergoing a huge change. Currently, the Dragon Palace lacked the 3 divine kingdoms of the thunder, light, and wood attributes. All of them had been gathered. The Dragon Palace had already devoured all the divine kingdoms of the 9 attributes. Now, the Dragon Palace was already improving. When the level 5 Dragon Palace was upgraded to level 6, there would be an earth-shaking change. With the improvement of the Dragon Palace, I will be able to directly lift up the divine kingdoms. It's time for me to make a trip to the Transcendence continent. When the time comes, I will move the Dragon Palace to the ocean on Earth. Wang Xian thought to himself. This time, he would be able to advance to the godly state completely. Once the kingdom of God was lifted, with his strength, he would be able to fight against a god with 5 wisps of divine fire. Chapter 1979. 1979 and 1979, the Dragon Palace was upgraded and the Kingdom of God was lifted up. Let's go out for a while. Hua or Kair, you guys stay with Xiao Ran and the rest for the next few days. Wang Xian spoke to the 2 disgruntled girls for a while before flying straight towards the Pacific Ocean. The Dragon Palace was being upgraded. Wang Xian rushed over now to upgrade his strength. He had a premonition that the upgrade of the Dragon Palace this time would bring about a huge change. After all, those below the godly state were all ants. The transformation of the Dragon Palace into the godly state was the biggest change. A group of members of the Dragon Palace followed behind and flew toward the location that connected to the supernatural mainland. Due to the changes in the Earth's crust, that location was completely under the sea. It was impossible for anyone to discover this place. Wang Xian came to the entrance and entered the supernatural mainland directly. Phew! When he arrived at the sea area of the extraordinary mainland, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with a smile. It had been almost a year since he went to Earth. During this 1 year, his improvement could be said to be tremendous. Buzz. He led the members of the Dragon Palace and teleported away quickly. A few minutes later, Wang Xian arrived above the Dragon Palace first. At this moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace were suspended in the air. They looked at the Dragon Palace, which was undergoing tremendous changes, in shock. The Dragon Palace was expanding at a terrifying speed. The Dragon Palace, which was hundreds of kilometers in radius, had now expanded to thousands of kilometers. The height of the ocean-pacifying needle had reached about 10,000 meters. The Dragon King Palace, the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Dragon Field, and other places had all expanded by 3 or 4 times. The Dragon Caves were emitting a mysterious light. Behind the Dragon Throne, the ancestral tree had also received tremendous growth due to the improvement of the Dragon Palace. Even the Endless Wood, the Soul-Returning Wood, the Servitude Tree, and the Nirvana Lightning Wood had produced many fruits. This time, the number of fruits was 3 to 4 times more than the previous time. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly realized that an area had suddenly appeared beside the Dragon Transformation Pool. In this area, different buildings were slowly emerging. These buildings were like insect nests. The densely packed insect nests were similar to dragon nests. There were a total of 200,000 of them. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Dragon Palace has devoured 9 divine kingdoms with different attributes. Its level has been upgraded to level 6. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Dragon Palace has unlocked the building, Dragon Nest. Ding! Congratulations, host. All the attributes of the Dragon Palace have been doubled. At this moment, the sound of system notifications rang out one after another, causing Wang Xian's eyes to flash with astonishment. Dragon Palace, Level 6. Dragon Master, Wang Xian, Longevity 9 Stage, Yin Yang 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Building. Dragon King Hall, Level 6, increases the cultivation speed and recovery speed of the Dragon King by 192 times. Dragon Transformation Pool, Level 6, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Divine Crystal, 4575454322. Dragon Gate, Level 6, a fish can only become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate, effective against creatures below the Eternal Lord level. Ocean Pacifying Needle, Level 6, Pillar of the Dragon Palace, pacifying 4,000 kilometers of calm in the Dragon Palace, increasing the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 1,000%. Dragon Cave, Level 6, with 100,000 Dragon Caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 128 times. Dragon Field, Level 6, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field, increase comprehension by 64 times. Dragon Array, Level 6, Dragon Palace Array, concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, wormhole, detection, attack. Spiritual items, ancestral tree, level, able to return the soul of creatures below the Eternal Lord level. Activate the spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 400%. Increases the speed of wood attribute cultivators by 400%, and lightning attribute cultivators by 400%. Annex, Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon species. Current dragon species, golden swordfish, thunder shrimp, demon monkey, strange demon, light thorn, hydra, dragon turtle, yaksha, clam girl, golden lobster, starwood dragon species, fire phoenix dragon species. Special buildings. Dragon Nest, Dragon of Devouring, none. Dragon of Devouring. Energy consumption can be used to create its own insect-like species. The queen insect feeds on all kinds of metal materials. The information about the Dragon Palace appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Looking at the Dragon Palace, which had all its attributes increased, a hint of excitement appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. Some of the buildings in the Dragon Palace had also undergone subtle changes. For example, the teleportation of the Dragon Formation had turned into a wormhole. The Dragon Nest, which was a special building, had been added, as well as the so-called Dragon of Devouring. A level 6 dragon palace could completely withstand the attacks of anyone below the level of the Eternal Lord. After the upgrade, the dragon palace emitted a terrifying divine might. In the surroundings, countless sea creatures from the extraordinary sea were worshipping in this direction. Next, it's time for me to ignite the divine fire. Wang Xian took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon's roar came from his mouth. Wang Xian transformed into his dragon form and raised his head to roar toward the sky. The terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Buzz! A wisp of divine fire rose above Wang Xian's head. Rise up, Dragon Palace, turn into the kingdom of dragons. Wang Xian let out a low roar. The entire gigantic dragon palace was shrouded in divine light. Boom! The dragon palace that was over 1,000 kilometers in circumference slowly rose up and flew toward the sky above him. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the heaven and earth changed drastically. A 7-colored ray of light drifted over from afar. Its coverage area reached over 100,000 kilometers in circumference. The divine kingdom that was more than 1,000 kilometers slowly floated above Wang Xian. Roar! Wang Xian felt the majestic power coming from the dragon palace, and his face revealed an excited expression. Finally, he could raise the divine kingdom in his hand high up. Igniting the divine fire and lifting the divine kingdom was his first step into the universe. Roar! 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 Wang Xian let out an excited roar. The roar of the dragons might reverberated across an area of more than 100,000 kilometers. On the Dragon Palace, waves of majestic energy entered his body. Wang Xian's body grew again. It grew to a length of 6,000 meters. The 7-colored dragon scales, the majestic dragon head, the real divine item. At this moment, Wang Xian felt that he could draw an endless stream of energy from the Dragon Palace. He felt that even if he was constantly fighting, he would not feel tired. The Dragon Palace had turned into a divine kingdom and became his source of strength. In the void where there was no spiritual energy, he could also unleash a terrifying strength. Roar! 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 At this moment, above the Dragon Palace, the shadows of 9 divine dragons suddenly circled. With a thought from Wang Xian, the Dragon Palace actually shrank rapidly. It contains the heaven and earth. Excitement shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. It contained the heaven and earth like a spirit storage bag. Even though the Dragon Palace was 1,000 meters in size, the space inside was still 1,000 kilometers in size. If I summon the Dragon Palace to fight, he mumbled and his body shook. Buzz! 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 At this moment, 9 gigantic pillars of heaven were erected around him. Each pillar of heaven was 100,000 meters tall. Each pillar was 10,000 meters in size and had a divine dragon entrenched on it. In the sky above the pillars, the dragon palace that was 1,000 kilometers in radius appeared. Hiss! If I summon the kingdom of God and unleash my full strength, I can easily kill Ao Crab. Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. With the transformation of the dragon palace into the kingdom of God, he would be able to fight 6 levels higher. Heaven-defying. Chapter 1980. 1980 Promotion of Members of Dragon Palace. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, a Wisp of Divine Fire, 5th Change of Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal, 335422221/10000000000. Supernatural Ability. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring Creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability, Soul Capture, Spirit Attachment, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 Elements Grinding, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace owned, level 6. Dragon Palace members, 26,433. Looking at his own attributes, Wang Xian revealed an excited look. Now that the Divine Dragon transformation had reached the 5th transformation, he could be considered to have entered the growth stage of the Divine Dragon tribe in the past. However, as the first 7-colored Divine Dragon in the history of the Divine Dragon clan, the 7 attributes, together with the Divine Kingdom of the Dragon Palace, allowed him to fight 6 levels above him. What kind of concept was this? After Wang Xian summoned the Divine Kingdom, he could fight against the god who had ignited 7 wisps of divine fire. He could even kill Ao Crab easily. The improvement this time could be said to be a huge qualitative change. The 6,000-meter-long body of the Divine Dragon was shimmering with divine radiance under the sunlight. The Dragon Palace that stood on the 10,000-meter-long dragon pillar in the sky was incomparably majestic. It suppressed the entire world. What's going on over there? Has the Dragon King become a god? Or has the Dragon King improved again? At the seaside of the extraordinary sea, some people from the extraordinary continent looked at this scene with shock on their faces. The Dragon King was getting stronger. Phew! Wang Xian sensed the Dragon Palace that had transformed into a divine kingdom. He smiled and placed it into the sea. After the Dragon Palace had transformed into a divine kingdom, he could store it back into his body and place it anywhere. With just a thought, he could summon it back for battle. Congratulations on becoming a god, Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace bowed to Wang Xian respectfully. Get up and take a look at the upgraded Dragon Palace, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. He moved and arrived at the Dragon King Hall of the Dragon Palace. The spiritual energy in the current Dragon King Hall was 192 times that of the outside world. The concentration of the spiritual energy in the blood of the 4 or 5 wisps of divine fire god was only tens of times that of the Dragon Palace. There was a huge gap between them and the Dragon Palace. The most eye-catching thing in the Dragon King's palace was the ancestral tree behind the dragon throne. The ancestral tree, which was only a dozen meters in size back then, had reached a height of 1,000 meters after the upgrade of the Dragon Palace. There were many branches on the branches of the ancestral tree. There were 8 fruits hanging on each branch. These fruits were a huge treasure to the Dragon Palace. Look at the dragon nest. Wang Xian looked at the back of the dragon transformation pool. There was a special building there. The dragon nest was originally called the insect nest. Now that it had merged with the Dragon Palace, it was called the dragon nest. The most powerful aspect of the insect race was their insect nest and mother insect. Using the insect nest, they could quickly reproduce their underlings. As long as they had enough materials, they could improve quickly. The greatest danger of the Zerg was that they could devour a planet at a terrifying speed when they entered it. When this planet lost all its metallic materials and energy, it would turn into a Death Star. No living beings could be born on the Death Star. Ao Crab. Wang Xian sized up the nests in the dragon nest. In the middle of the nest, there was an extremely hideous mother nest. The mother nest occupied an area of about 10,000 meters. It was a huge head with pitch-black horns and black scales all over its body. It had a body of about 5,000 to 6,000 meters and looked similar to the bone dragon. However, it was much uglier and more hideous than the bone dragon. This was the image of the mother nest, also known as the devouring dragon. As he sized up the nest, he shouted at Ao Crab, "Dragon King!" Ao Crab flew over and sized up the dragon nest in front of him with a burning gaze. Perhaps it was due to Ao Crab's bloodline. He had some similarities with the characteristics of demons and insects. It was obviously the best choice for Ao Crab to become the devouring dragon. Enter and see if you can increase your strength. Wang Xian gave him an order. It's the Dragon King. Ao Crab nodded his head. His body moved and transformed into the form of a crab. Splash! Following that, small crabs crawled out from his body one by one and rushed crazily towards the surrounding nests. These 4 to 5 meter-sized small crabs already possessed the strength of a level 8 demigod. There were a total of 30,000 small crabs. Such a terrifying improvement speed was much faster than the improvement speed of the members of the Dragon Palace. AO Crab's 10,000-meter-long body moved and entered the dragon nest with some excitement. Evolving. When Wang Xian saw AO Crab entering the mother nest and the message that came from inside, he smiled. After the evolution, AO Crab would be even stronger. At that time, he should be able to match his strength. Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian shouted again. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue's figure appeared beside him immediately. Use all the godheads and fruits on the ancestral tree to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Focus on the evolution of the Berserk Dragons and the Starwood Combat Division. Wang Xian gave him an order. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. 8 fruits and a group of godheads could increase the number of Berserk dragon species in the Dragon Palace by 10. It could increase the Fire Hammer clan by 2 Fire Gold dragon species and the Strange Demon clan by 2 Thorn dragon species. The remaining corpse resources could increase the Starwood dragon species by 2 godly state members. After this upgrade, the strength of the Dragon Palace would receive another huge boost. After the upgrade of the Dragon Palace, if I were to face the Holy Church and the Soaring Heavens Treasured Palace again, I would be able to kill all the gods within 3 minutes. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was in a great mood as he rose to the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked down at the underwater palace that was more than 1,000 kilometers long. After they upgraded, Wang Xian was ready to transfer the Dragon Palace to Earth. The resources on Earth were much more than those on the supernatural continent. If there were any more changes on Earth, the Dragon Palace would control all the resources. As for the other gods, if they were not convinced, they could suppress them directly. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they could do it. While the members of the Dragon Palace were promoted, on Earth, everyone was discussing about the Dragon King for a few days. They were discussing the war. Even now, when they raised their heads, they could still see the shattered skyscraping treasured palace in the sky. Every time they raised their heads, their hearts were filled with shock. In these few days, Xiao Ran returned to the Dragon Gate Academy and became the principal of the academy. Ji Lingfei became the vice principal of the academy. After the news was announced, the Dragon Gate Academy immediately became the strongest force in the world. 2 gods as the dean of the academy, and behind the Dragon King, who dared to provoke. Chapter 1981. 1981 Wandering the Earth. The Dragon King's title of king seems to be the same as more than 10 years ago. He hasn't unified the world. Even if he has invincible strength, he hasn't established any forces or rules. With the current strength of the Dragon King and the others, there might not be anything that can attract him. Time slowly passed. Ever since the Dragon King had destroyed 2 major forces, the entire world had once again become peaceful. This time, it was much calmer than before. The gods who had lit the divine fire and the true dragon sons of heaven were keeping a low profile. They didn't even dare to be too arrogant. Now, most of the gods had gathered around the 2 tombs at the North and South Poles. Especially the South Pole, not a single person had entered the Lightwing God Lord's tomb yet. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, a major event occurred. A true dragon son of heaven entered the vast starry skies and never returned. This news caused everyone to speculate. Very quickly, people thought of Earth. Before the Dragon King fought against the 2 major forces, the Soaring Heavens Treasured Palace wanted to lead Earth into the boundless galaxy with great power. But now, the Soaring Heavens Treasured Palace is almost in ruins. Earth has stopped spinning in the unknown starry skies. We can be sure that there are no life planets in a large area around our Earth. There should be many life planets in the boundless galaxy. The gods must be trying to enter places where there are many living planets. That's why they flew out of Earth and into the starry skies. Earth is still too small for the gods. Now that the Dragon King is on Earth, he's intimidating all the gods. The gods don't want to be restricted, so they want to leave Earth. This has little to do with us mortals. If Earth enters the boundless galaxy, it might be a good thing for us, or it might be a bad thing. On the internet, countless people were discussing that Earth had already stopped in the void, so it didn't have much of an impact on the people on Earth. But for those who had followed the gods to descend, they were full of panic. Many people had followed the gods here for opportunities. They had their own families in the boundless galaxy, and now that Earth had stopped, they couldn't go back at all. This made some people very dissatisfied with the Dragon King. However, they didn't dare to show it. The power that the Dragon King had now was too strong. Has that guy obtained the star map? He actually dared to charge out directly. It must be known that there might not be any life planets in the billions of light years nearby. If he encounters cosmic storms, cosmic lights, or something like that, even a God realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, four figures were sitting in a room at the North Pole. One of them, a young man, said with a frown, "It's said that the Lingxiao treasured palace's sacred hall and the others used 3 years to descend to Earth. In the middle, more than a dozen gods fell. This was even before the star map. Without the star map, the death rate would be even higher." Another young man beside him knocked on the table lightly. "Now that Earth has stopped here and the Dragon King is so powerful, we only have 2 ways. We can find the star map and leave this place, or we can take this planet and continue to advance. But the premise is that the people of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall will lead the way, and the Dragon King won't stop us. It's impossible for the Dragon King not to stop us. Now it's very clear that once Earth really reaches the boundless galaxy, the forces behind the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall will definitely destroy the Dragon King and the others. The Dragon King will definitely not take the risk. Sigh, this is really troublesome. I had originally thought of leaving when Earth was about to enter the boundless galaxy, but now?" The 4 figures said somewhat helplessly, thinking about how they had fallen hundreds of thousands of years ago, and now that they had revived and obtained the dragon soul, they had originally thought that they would be able to suppress the world for an entire lifetime. They had never thought that the Dragon King would appear out of nowhere and suppress them, making them extremely fearful. Now, they were even more passive. "In this brother, since you are here, show yourself." At this moment, a young man's ears twitched slightly as he looked up. "En?" The other 3 figures were also slightly stunned as they narrowed their eyes. As expected of the true dragon son of heaven, I immediately discovered him the moment I arrived. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared and looked at them expressionlessly. "Oh, who did I think it was? It turns out to be a stray dog from the Lingxiao treasured palace." A young man looked at the middle-aged man in a black robe and said with slight disdain. The middle-aged man in a black robe was stunned and slowly became embarrassed. His chest rose and fell slightly. "For true dragon son of heaven, I represent the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church to invite you to join us." "Join you? You're not joking, right? Join you and let the Dragon King torture you?" The black-robed middle-aged man said, but before he could finish, a mocking voice sounded. "You should know that only our Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall have the star map. I can tell you without exaggeration that without the star map, it's almost impossible to enter the boundless star field or any other life star field. Even if we had the star atlas back then, we still lost more than 10 God Realm experts, and this was with the help of the experts from our forces." Black Robe continued to say expressionlessly. "And then?" The 4 young men also put away their mocking expressions. The god of the Lingxiao treasured palace was also telling the truth. "Continue to bring Earth to the boundless star field. The forces behind us can guarantee that after we enter, they won't attack you. We're even willing to give you some resources." The black-robed middle-aged man continued. "Hee hee, then what do we need to do?" A young man smiled and continued to ask, "Stop the Dragon King from disturbing you? I think it's better to forget it. Even if the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall join forces with all the gods, they won't be enough to fight the Dragon King. Before we have the strength to fight against Dragon Bay, we won't send ourselves to our deaths." Before the black-robed middle-aged man could answer, the youth beside him said directly, What if we have the strength to fight against the Dragon King? Do you all want to join us? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at them and suddenly asked, Huh? The four youths who were sitting there were slightly stunned and slowly stood up. When you have it, come and find us. The four of them looked at each other and said expressionlessly, All right. The black-robed middle-aged man nodded slightly and disappeared in a flash. If they really have the strength to fight against the Dragon King, Seeing the black-robed middle-aged man leave, a figure frowned and asked faintly, We still don't know the Dragon King's attitude. If they really have the strength, we can consider it. A young man said with a twinkle in his eyes. The four of them were members of the True Dragon Association. After the skyscraping treasured palace and the sacred hall were almost destroyed by the Dragon King, the True Dragon Association had one more member. There were two of them, but one of them broke into the starry sky. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.